Donald Trump indicted again. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with why some say these could be, in some ways, the most serious charges yet.
Plus, screeching in the streets causing frustration among Baltimore residents. The latest chaos prompting questions for police.
After our weather alert day on Monday, we've got another round of storms developing by the time we head toward the afternoon. We'll talk about just how serious it could be and what you can expect for the rest of the week as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us bright and early. Actually, dark and early. Good morning, Justin.
Yeah, over here on the CW, Meg. Good morning. Love hanging out with our C-Dub friends as we are wrapping up World Cup soccer over on Fox 45. Let's see what's going on outside right now, and mainly clear conditions. We do have some clouds left over, definitely muggy from all of the rain showers and the storms that we saw on your Monday. And as we look at these numbers, check it out, 75 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, straight down the JFX to Towson and Baltimore City at 77, almost 80 still in Woodlawn. So it is definitely mild and muggy this morning. Tracking more showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon, but then we dry out nicely by Wednesday. So overall, your morning drive should be fine. We're talking about mid to upper 70s, probably some kind of foggy conditions on your windows there when you need the AC to be cranked up. And overall, we do stay dry. We'll track those storms and let you know when they kind of move out of here. We'll do all that in my full forecast in just a few minutes right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. We do begin with breaking news overnight. Former President Donald Trump indicted again, this time in Georgia, on charges that he tried to overturn his 2020 loss in that state. But these charges, some say, possibly more problematic than Trump's other arrests, and they include racketeering, conspiracy, and making false statements. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, showing us what this all means.
Well, this came in a late night session. The indictment made public about 11 p.m. Eastern time. 19 people, including former President Trump, charged. Georgia, now site of the newest charges against Donald Trump. A grand jury convinced there's enough evidence to try the former president on charges of attempting to overturn the state's election results in 2020. It is a staggering fourth time now in less than 6 months the former president has been indicted. However, this case could prove more problematic than one's past.
It's a very serious charges against all of the 19 individuals. I think it's going to take a while to sort it out. There's not going to be a speedy trial in this matter. There are going to be a number of legal issues to be sorted out.
Prosecutors presented evidence for more than a year. The jurors hearing from dozens of witnesses, including the state's Republican governor, and examined troves of evidence, like this 2020 phone call between Trump and Georgia's Secretary of State.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Trump's supporters echoing his claims that he is the one being conspired against, pointing out the district attorney is an elected Democrat.
This is Joe Biden and this is the Democrats weaponizing the justice system because they're afraid of the voters. This is disgraceful. It is wrong.
Now, this could also take on a much different, more serious feel in some respects. While federal cases are not televised, this one could be, and become a full-on spectacle during the campaign. And if he is sentenced, Trump is essentially on the hook to serve it, since there's no political mechanism in state law to pardon a convicted criminal. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
As Scott mentioned, 18 people are charged alongside former President Trump in Georgia, and many are names that you have heard before. Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows were indicted by a Fulton County grand jury. Also indicted are attorneys John Eastman and Sidney Powell, plus former acting Assistant Attorney General Jeffrey Clark. Documents also allege 30 unindicted co-conspirators. The Fulton County DA, Fani Willis, says that she intends to try all 19 people at the same time. Willis refutes claims from the Trump campaign that the indictments are politically motivated, saying the law is completely nonpartisan.
To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as the district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Willis says the grand jury issued arrest warrants for those who were charged. They have until noon on August 25th to surrender to the court. The DA seeks a speedy trial within 6 months. It's not Willis's first time pursuing RICO charges. The Atlanta area Democratic prosecutor is known for it. Willis was elected in 2020 to serve as the top prosecutor in Georgia's most populous county. But her most well-known case is from her work as an assistant in the office in 2013 when she convicted 11 educators of racketeering for lying about test scores. Her critics from the left say that she's a tough-on-crime liberal, leaving suspects in jail for a long time without trial. Her critics from the right, namely the former president, call her a phony and even a racist. Former President Trump now facing 4 criminal indictments and more than a half a dozen civil lawsuits. He has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to hush money payments in 2016. Not guilty to 40 felony counts over alleged mishandling of classified records, not guilty to 4 felony counts over an alleged effort to remain in power after the 2020 presidential election and exploit the January 6th Capitol riot, and likely not guilty to these counts in the Georgia election interference case. We'll have to wait to see. Turning now to a city in crisis, illegal street racing in the early hours of Sunday morning, putting drivers in danger and frustrating residents who were woken up by all that noise there. The dangerous driver happening at the intersection of Mount Royal Avenue and North Avenue. That's a heavy traffic area. It's right near 83. The incident started around 2 a.m., lasting for at least an hour. Residents we spoke with say that police were called, but did not do anything to put a stop to the chaos. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Shannon Lilly joining us live with details on this and what happens now. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is preparing for his next town hall. It comes after the first in-person meeting last night. Residents gathering at the Lord's Church Outreach Center in the Park Heights community to voice their safety concerns, ranging from community engagement to police brutality.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We are a totally different department. We basically do not want to have any bad cops.
The next in-person town hall will take place next Tuesday evening at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center in West Baltimore. Happening today, the Maryland Public Service Commission is holding a public hearing on BGE gas regulator installation in Baltimore. Hundreds of people have joined a class action lawsuit against the company for installing the new external regulators. That lawsuit alleges that they're unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. That hearing is going to start at 10 o'clock this morning. We're going to keep you updated on any new developments. Coming up after the break, new details in the car crash on 395 that sent a man flying off a bridge. What we're learning about what he was doing leading up to the incident. Plus, a cloudy start to the morning. Our Weather Authority team tracking our chances for more storms. It's 4:38. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
19 minutes in front of 5 o'clock here on your Weather Authority forecast. So we had the storms yesterday, and we do have a chance for some pop-up thunderstorms later this afternoon as well. Should not be as widespread, but we still have to prepare for that as you make your way out. So everything is kind of muggy right now and almost on the warm side with a lot of 70s hanging around. As you head out the door, make sure to grab the sunglasses. You'll need those for the first half of the day. Have the umbrella in case, because we are going to see some of those storms roll through by the time we head later into the afternoon and into the evening as well. But on your jogging cast, we're good to go. Mid-70s, you're definitely getting your sweat on over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. An update here this morning. We are learning 50-year-old Robert Taylor Horn was the man that was killed in a car crash along 395 on the bridge Sunday night in Baltimore. Police say Horn had pulled over to help another driver who had been hurt in a crash when a second car crash caused Horn to go over the Jersey wall and then fall 100 feet into the water below. Dive teams, we know, did find him unconscious, unresponsive. He was later pronounced dead. Coming up after the break, rebuilding in Hawaii, the efforts to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history. But first, an update in the case of a murdered U.S. soldier, how long a Texas woman will spend behind bars for assisting in the crime. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, a closer look at the border crisis and the alarming number of gotaways fueling the problem. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, a Texas woman will spend 30 years in prison for helping dispose the body of U.S. soldier Vanessa Guillen. The 20-year-old was bludgeoned to death and dismembered in 2020 at Fort Cavazos in what used to be called Fort Hood. We're hearing that Cicely Aguilar pleaded guilty to 1 count of accessory to murder in November Aguilar helped her boyfriend, Army Specialist Aaron Robinson. Robinson died by suicide in 2020 when remains of Guillen's body were found.
This judge today, he gave justice to Vanessa. He gave justice for this case, and you know, if we could have asked for more, we would have. But that was the maximum sentencing guideline there that he followed.
State and federal lawmakers passed legislation in 2021 removing some of the authority from commanders and giving survivors more options to report abuse and harassment. Army officials disciplined 21 commissioned and non-commissioned officers connected with Guillen's death. FEMA is activating a sheltering assistance program to help residents helped out of their homes by the Hawaii wildfires. At least 96 people have died on the island of Maui. That death toll could climb as search teams are sifting through the wreckage. FEMA says the search process is a challenge.
You have to understand the situation on the ground right now. It is extremely hazardous. There are structures that are partially standing that engineers have to clear first to make sure it's safe for the search and rescue teams to go into, make sure it's safe for the dogs to go into.
White House officials say there is no plan for President Biden to visit Hawaii at this time, but he is receiving continuous updates. 4:47 now. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast. Just incredible images out of Hawaii, but we're hearing some of the amazing moments of a church that's still standing among nothing else.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and that's what you look for in stories like this, Meg. We always talk about the awful wildfires, but the recovery efforts, the relief, everybody praying for them and everything. So Lahaina town was such a great town too. I went there a couple of times. So, but either way,
and the tree. I can't wait to hear about the banyan tree.
Right, exactly right. Yeah. So let's take a look outside right now. Overall, our forecast here, we're a little muggy, or I'd say maybe even more than a little muggy right now because we have that moisture that's left over from those showers and storms that we saw, which was why we were weather alert yesterday. Had a couple of reports of some trees down. Definitely had some of that heavy rain at times, but luckily it wasn't anything like we saw the previous Monday. And good news, too, that Route 140 is now reopened up there in Carroll County. So that is also some good news for you on a Tuesday. 77 your current temperature at BWI. Notice that humidity at 94%. That's because that dew point's at 75 degrees. So when we talk about the dew point and the air temperature being close, that's typically when we see muggy conditions. And we're going to keep the dew point temps in the 70s today. Notice the drier air coming in tomorrow. Anybody notice anything on this graphic? 58 on Saturday. Saturday is going to be spectacular. We're talking about comfortable, dry air on a weekend with sunshine. Circle that on the calendar. All right, here's our HD radar. Not tracking anything right now. You can see when you look up to the north, there are some showers up toward New York City and up toward Boston as well, and down south toward Richmond. But other than that, really not a lot happening here. And this is all part of the larger weather maker that whirled through yesterday. We've got another weather maker developing as we head toward the afternoon today. But overall, the morning's going to be fine. Mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. And hanging out the Bromo Seltzer Tower, the Arts District there, right about 75 in that 8 o'clock hour. Noontime, you're going to start to see more clouds start to roll in, and we'll get to the upper 80s, and we'll slide into the lower 90s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon with some of those storms that will be developing. So typically this time of year is 87 for our high. Still going to be above average with a bunch of upper 80s and lower 90s across central Maryland. And if you are heading down the ocean, probably some storms here, especially later this afternoon at Ocean City. But Wednesday and Thursday, great beach days. Everything is clearing out nicely for the rest of this week. And my goodness, how about this? 39 days until the autumnal equinox. That's the first day of autumn. And I just did the math backstage. It's 17 days until meteorological autumn. So that's when I'll be first in line for a pumpkin spice latte. 91 today, upper 80s tomorrow, right about 90 on Thursday. Then we'll keep those upper 80s going into the weekend. And remember, I mentioned Saturday how nice and dry it is. Temperatures coming down a little bit too. High of only 87. So it should be a very nice weekend after we get through today's storms. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. As summer comes to an end and the kids get ready to head back to the classroom, we would love to see how you are staying busy. Tom sent us this beautiful picture enjoying the sunset over Middle River. That is stunning. Thank you for sharing that one with us. You can scan the QR code on your screen, and that is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and that's where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla. All right, now let's go to our Len Stoller traffic network. See how things are shaping up outside on the roads. Looking pretty good out there. We've got light volume as we take a look at some of our live cameras around the region, and that seems to be what we're seeing elsewhere. Pretty nice time to get started this morning. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 413 canceled this morning. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service in both directions there, and Metro Subway Link operating on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington. A group of families who lost loved ones to COVID-19 suing an American company. Coming up, why they say that company is responsible.
Plus, we continue to follow the most recent indictment against former President Donald Trump, the charges he faces and why some argue that these could be the most serious yet. Time now 4:52 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local, we continue with the breaking news just coming in overnight. Former President Donald Trump charged with 13 felonies in the state of Georgia related to his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election results there. He is accused of violating the state's RICO Act, and that's a racketeering charge listed as a serious felony. Other felonies include solicitation of violation, an oath by public officer, conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, forgery in the first degree, false statements and writings, and filing false documents. Trump could face decades in prison if convicted. Making headlines now this morning, we are taking you live to Washington, D.C., where officials maintain that President Joe Biden was not involved in his son's business dealings. It's the first time the press secretary has held a briefing since U.S. Attorney David Weiss was given special counsel status last week. And it comes after a plea deal between Hunter Biden and federal prosecutors fell apart last month. Republicans are pursuing their own congressional investigations into Hunter Biden's business dealings. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying that Republicans have yet to back up their allegations against the president on this matter.
And what's been the result of that? If you ask yourself what we have seen from that, they keep turning up documents and witnesses showing that the president wasn't involved, never discussed these business dealings, and did nothing wrong.
Republicans claim the Justice Department is politicized, something the White House refutes. Hunter Biden was prepared to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax crimes last month, but a judge did not agree to the terms. He then pleaded not guilty. The families of people who died from COVID-19, meantime, now suing a Manhattan-based nonprofit that funded coronavirus research in China. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has details on this.
The families of COVID-19 victims blaming their deaths on EcoHealth Alliance, a Manhattan-based nonprofit that helped fund the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where scientists conducted risky research on coronaviruses ahead of the pandemic.
It was well known that their efforts were contributing to the manufacturing and creation of this hyped up virus.
The family suing the nonprofit for an undisclosed amount of damages, claiming EcoHealth helped create the virus.
We believe we have a very, very solid case.
A June report from the Government Accountability Office shows $1.4 million from the United States went to fund the lab in Wuhan. Nearly $600,000 were funneled to the lab through EcoHealth. The origins of COVID-19 remains a hotly contested debate between those who believe the virus leaked from the Wuhan lab and those who say it came from nature.
Honestly, we may never know with 100% certainty the origins of COVID-19.
Critics accusing Dr. Anthony Fauci of attempting to discredit the lab leak theory in the early days of the pandemic.
Maybe to conceal or diminish the government's relationship with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Or perhaps it's funding of risky gain-of-function coronavirus research.
A Republican-led House subcommittee releasing emails and documents they argue back up the claims. Democrats brushing it off as political theater.
About manufacturing a problem and manufacturing distrust to justify an extreme partisan agenda.
Republican Senator Rand Paul filing a criminal referral with the Department of Justice, alleging Dr. Anthony Fauci lied to Congress about the origins of COVID-19. The DOJ, though, is under no obligation to investigate. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you. Still ahead on the early edition, former President Trump facing yet another indictment. We're going to break down his latest legal troubles and what this means moving forward.
And we had a weather alert day yesterday. More storms on the way today, but not of the same variety. We'll take a closer look at what that means on Fox 45 Early Edition on the C-Dub.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you know it. FIFA soccer is going on right now, so welcome to CW here, and we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like today.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the forecast. Did the rain come through? Well, I saw it in a lot of places, just not where I was.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's interesting because we had a lot of places that did see some heavy rain at times and even a few trees down here and there. It wasn't a widespread event, but yeah, that was definitely warranted for that weather alert day yesterday. And it is muggy and mild on the backside of that this morning. So clouds kind of hanging around out over the Inner Harbor. Sun still more than an hour away from coming up. Check these numbers, 68 in Oakland, but 74 in Hagerstown, 75 Westminster, 77 in Baltimore City right now, and 76 in Bel Air. So really didn't cool off much overnight. And we've got the mild and muggy conditions continuing this morning. Watching for more showers and storms to develop this afternoon, and then we are drier by tomorrow. So we got to get through one more day of some unsettled weather, but no issues on your drive to work. Mr. Bo says we are good to go if you're out and about next couple of hours. Temps staying in the 70s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's see what's happening in the Lynn Stoller traffic network at this early hour. As we take a look at the highways around the area, you see some people up and out, but volume not too bad and no incidents to report. Breaking news this morning as a Georgia district attorney announces new indictments against former President Trump.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're learning about these charges. Megan.
A lot coming out here, guys, this morning. This time it's over allegations of trying to overturn the contested 2020 election results. These charges, taking a look against former President Donald Trump, made public just hours ago, the fourth time he's been indicted now. This time they include racketeering, conspiracy, and making false statements. In a late-night press conference, Fulton County's District Attorney Fani Willis saying Trump and 18 co-conspirators have until noon on August 25th to surrender. We are getting word this morning that some of the others charged include former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. The Trump campaign firing back, releasing a statement saying in part, take a look at this, quote, "These activities by Democrat leaders constitute a grave threat to American democracy and are direct attempts to deprive the American people of their rightful choice to cast their vote for president. Call it election interference or election manipulation. It's a dangerous effort by the ruling class to suppress the choice of the people. It is un-American and wrong." Willis, though, already firing back at that.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Willis said she will submit a timeline proposal within the week, asking for the trial to take place within the next 6 months. But ultimately, guys, that's going to be decided by a judge. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we have reaction now pouring in from both sides of the aisle right here from our live center.
Turning now to a city in crisis, illegal street racing in the early hours Sunday morning, putting drivers in danger and frustrating residents who were woken up by all the noise.
The dangerous driving happening at the intersection of Mount Royal Avenue and North Avenue, a heavy traffic area right near I-83.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at how police handled the situation and why some say it's just not enough. Shannon.
Yeah, neighbors tell us, Tom and Patrice, that this was like a scene out of a Fast and Furious movie with drivers spinning out recklessly. And it all happened around 2 in the morning. It went on for at least an hour. It happened right there at the intersection of North Avenue and Mount Royal Avenue. And now some are questioning why police didn't stop the commotion sooner.
There was just a lot of tire screeching.
It sounded like there was just like a continuous revving.
It was just a lot more excessive on Saturday night.
I called and they did not do anything. They just sat right by the intersection with their lights on.
Now, police, however, paint a different picture, saying that officers arrived less than 10 minutes after getting the call, but the scene, they say, was clear. Remember, though, this activity is very much illegal. Late last year, Mayor Brandon Scott signed a new law carrying a $1,000 fine or 1 year in jail for incidents like these. However, proof of whether or not police are truly enforcing this law has yet to be seen. In fact, our teams reached out and asked how many fines they've handed out and how many arrests the police have handed out since this law took effect, and we're still waiting on those numbers. Reporting live at police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, early edition.
And it is not just street racing. The Baltimore Police Department is also cracking down on illegal dirt bike riders. Police have seized more than 100 dirt bikes so far this year and made 17 arrests just for dirt bike riding. Earlier this summer, officers recovered 33 illegal dirt bikes from a Mondawmin business.
Happening today, the Maryland Public Service Commission is holding a public hearing on BGE's gas regulator installation in Baltimore. Hundreds have joined a class action lawsuit against the company for installing the new external regulators. And the lawsuit alleges they are unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. The hearing will start at 10 this morning. We'll keep you updated on any new developments.
Also happening today, a 22-year-old charged with shooting and killing a pregnant teen in Baltimore is expected in court. 19-year-old Jamira Burrell was shot and killed last December in Northeast Baltimore. Last month, police arrested and charged the father of the unborn child with her murder. 22-year-old Malik McCormick is scheduled to appear for a preliminary hearing. Outside of court yesterday, the family of Jamira remembered her on the eve of what would have been her 20th birthday. Right now, a trial date has yet to be set, and the family is calling on prosecutors to handle the case with care.
We don't want it to be just a number. We want justice. Justice for Jay. Justice for Jay.
Malik McCormick is charged with 6 counts, among them first and second-degree murder.
Well, an update for you this morning. We are learning 50-year-old Robert Horn was the man who was killed in a car crash along 395's bridge Sunday night in Baltimore. Police say Horn had pulled over to help another driver who had been hurt in a crash when a second crash caused Horn to go over the Jersey wall and then fall 100 feet into the water below. Dive teams found him unconscious and unresponsive. He was later pronounced dead. Well, still ahead on the early edition, community members voicing their safety concerns to Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, what they are demanding.
Plus, former Ravens player Michael Oher is saying what we saw on the movie screen in The Blind Side is not the whole story, what he is accusing the family of.
And we've got a mild and muggy morning. More storms on the way for us this afternoon, but later this week, I think you're going to like it. Your full forecast coming up right here on Fox 45 Early Edition. Hey, what? You know what? We're on the CW. .510 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast, and our temperatures this morning, man, they are definitely up there. You can see outside right now from our Towson camera. It's still dark, but there are definitely some clouds hanging around, and the foggy conditions as well may run into some patchy fog in certain spots. But check these numbers: mid to upper 70s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. 77 Essex and Middle River. 78 your temp in Glen Burnie and Pasadena this hour. So we'll keep those temps in the 70s for the next couple of hours as you rise rise and shine with us and grab some coffee and breakfast. Back with your full forecast. We'll track those storms and when they could impact you later today and where some of those storms are expected to hit as well.
5:10 and developing this morning, former Ravens player Michael Oher, who was the subject of the 2009 film The Blind Side, says he was lied to and had millions of dollars kept from him by his adopted parents.
Now, he filed a petition in Tennessee court to end Sean and Leanne Tuohy's conservatorship over him. Former NFL player claims the Tuohys told him they were going to adopt him, but instead filed the conservatorship, which kept millions of dollars from him. The petition is asking the Tuohys to provide a sworn account of the money belonging to Oher. He claims he should have been paid to him.
Still ahead on the early edition, new details surrounding the deadly shooting at a Sky Zone. What new court documents are revealing about the altercation.
Student loan payments will resume in the next few months. Why borrowers argue they will have to pick between making payments and feeding themselves. 5:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local, all morning.
.514 trending this morning. Legendary quarterback Peyton Manning is heading back to the classroom to teach. The University of Tennessee is taking him on as a professor of practice at the College of Communication and Information. Manning graduated from the school in 1997. His degree is in speech communication. He says he looks forward to working with the faculty and directly with students. Manning will join classes as a featured expert.
Topping your consumer news this morning, Toyota has issued a voluntary safety recall of its Tundra and Tundra Hybrid pickup trucks due to a fire risk. The company says it affects around 170,000 of its 2022 and 23 models in the U.S. Trucks have a plastic fuel tube which could move and then rub against the brake line and develop a leak, which could increase the risk for fire. And drivers can have the tube replaced by a Toyota dealer at no cost.
Much of the transition to solar and wind energy is happening in red states. According to the New York Times, That is where about 2/3 of the new investment in such energy sources is going. The increase in investments comes after laws passed over the past 2 years, devoting billions of dollars of funds to help in the transition.
The Biden administration encouraging colleges to promote racial diversity on campus through a range of strategies. It comes after the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action in June. The guidance notes that colleges can focus their recruiting efforts towards schools that serve mostly students of color or low-income students. It also clarifies students may still discuss how race has shaped their personal experience in application essays or interviews.
Federal student loan payments will be due in October, the first time in over 3 years after a COVID-related pause. According to a survey by Credit Karma, over half of borrowers say they'll be forced to choose between feeding themselves and making payments. It will impact both low-income and high-income earners. 68% of people making under $50,000 a year will need to strike the balance, but so will 45% of those earning $100,000 or more. Interest accruals resume September 1st.
Mail-in tax-free week is here, running through Saturday, August 19th.
And it means savings for shoppers, especially on school clothes.
All articles of clothing, $100 or under, as well as shoes, and the first $40 of a backpack are tax exempt. So if you're out shopping, as I was yesterday, you know, you're going to see even some stores that might have had products a little over that, bring them down under, so they're all tax exempt.
6% savings.
Yeah.
And on top of that, this is huge for the local economy too. When you talk about supporting local businesses, they need this boost too.
Absolutely. You know, we've partnered every year, and this year for sure, with the Maryland Retailers Association to make sure that people are focused on shopping local. Because when you shop local, you're keeping your dollars here in Maryland's economy.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Scan the QR code on your screen to check out all the stories we've posted so far, or you can go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
5:17 is the time on this Tuesday morning, and when you step outside, it is just nasty. I mean, humid.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case all day. You're shaking your head.
I mean, the hair, just forget about it today. It's
I do. I feel it in here.
The frizz factor. I walked out to that back door, you know, in our studio.
And that was enough.
Well, no, but it's like it's fogged over.
Right.
It looks like you're in a shower or something. But you'll need a shower even after just being out for a little bit because the mugginess is sticking around. And this is just left over from what we saw yesterday with those showers and thunderstorms. That's why we were weather alert. So our Towson cam right now not looking too bad. Our numbers in the mid to upper 70s. So you get temperatures in the mid to upper 70s and dew points also in the 70s. And that means we have the muggy conditions. Now, the dew point today is going to stay in those mid 70s as well, between that gross and nasty category. So even more humidity kind of hanging around for at least one more day. Well, definitely going to be drier tomorrow. You will feel a noticeable difference by tomorrow afternoon. Our HD radar is quiet right now. We still have some showers that are taking place well to the north of us, up toward Boston and New York City, and to the south as well. A couple of light showers around the Richmond area. This is all part of that area of low pressure that passed through yesterday. And then there's that trailing cold front that kind of slices right through the 95 corridor and all the way down toward the Carolinas. Here's what's going on today. Let's put that future scan into motion. So about 10 o'clock this morning, we'll see a few clouds around. Overall, not too much is happening, but watch what happens as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock. You can see some of those little blobs developing. Notice that some of you west of 95 won't see much of anything. This is going to kind of ride right along the 95 corridor. And this is 3 p.m. where we have that potential of some heavier rain showers and thunderstorms moving right up 95 into Hartford and Cecil County by about 4 p.m. and then continuing to move out of here in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour tonight. So there'll be some scattered thunderstorms. That's the word we'll go with today. And then a few isolated leftover showers into the evening tonight. Not quite done with the rain and the storms just yet. Our next 12 hours, numbers climb into the mid to upper 80s and lower 90s as you head outside today. So the heat and humidity will be with us. And you can see these temperatures around Carroll and Baltimore counties in your neighborhood. 87 in Westminster, 86 in the Hereford zone, lower 90s for Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, down into Baltimore City, and even 91 in Dundalk for this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 80s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena, down through Annapolis. And the Eastern Shore, you're also getting in on some of those upper 80s for Chestertown, over to Centerville and Rock Hall, down through Easton, about 89 in Talbot County this afternoon. All right, so here's what's going on with your school bus and your countdown to the bus stop forecast, as Fox 45 is your bus stop or as your back to school headquarters. 13 days out, so less than 2 weeks for Baltimore City and County, Hartford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties. 21 days, 3 weeks from today, Carroll County is back after it, and that's right after Labor Day. Same thing for you on the Eastern Shore. Queen Anne's and Talbot County, you go back in 13 days, while Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties are back in 3 weeks from today as well. Here's the future scan. The front's going to be passing through the area through the afternoon. Drier air working in tomorrow, and then we stay dry the rest of this week. So after today, we've got some nice dry days ahead. 20 days from now is Labor Day. The Ravens had their preseason opener over the weekend. 26 days for the real games to start there at M&T Bank. And look at this, 11 weeks from today for, what's his name again? Is it Benny Bones? I can't remember. If Barry, I think it's something with a B. I don't know. Curtis named him a long time ago. So 91-year high today, upper 80s on Wednesday, right about 90 on Thursday. And then we'll keep those mid to upper 80s going. But again, we stay dry through the rest of the week and into this upcoming weekend.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Sterler traffic network now. And look at that. The traffic map is in the green. We have no issues to report. For those who are already up and out at this early hour, they're moving along just fine. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning to you, Mark.
Good Tuesday morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a cancellation. Penn train 413 canceled this morning. But the other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there. Metro, Subway, Lincoln Present, looking good in both directions of that service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Coming up after the break, a key Raven making it back onto the practice field for the first time this season. The encouraging words from head coach John Harbaugh.
Baltimore residents are giving their feedback on public safety and the city's acting police commissioner, the changes you want to see.
A familiar face back in pads at Ravens training camp. Running back J.K. Dobbins practicing for the first time as he makes his return from the PUP list. Dobbins missing the first 14 practices of training camp, but he's expected to be ready to go for week 1.
It feels good to have him back there on the field. He's excited. We're all excited. We'll probably ramp him up a little bit this week and kind of work him in there and try to be smart in how we do it. But he'll be fine. He's 100% healthy. He looks good. He's been training hard, so he's ready to go.
It's unclear whether Dobbins will see any action in the second preseason game against Washington next Monday.
Well, take a look at this. Girls flag football teams in Maryland are getting fresh new uniforms courtesy of the Ravens and Under Armour. The apparel company collaborated with student athletes to bring the designs they wanted. There will be 10 teams in this year's inaugural season in Frederick County. And for players and coaches, it's all about growing the game.
We're the face of we're the face of a new movement, you know? We're going to be an inspiration for younger girls. We're going to be an inspiration for all these people around us. And it's just so incredible to be a part of this. And we're going to go down in history forever.
It's a great experience. I'm really excited to see that it's now taken to the next level. A lot of girls have started in rec like me, and it's just taken to a whole new level.
Seeing the smiles on all the girls coming out here, knowing that they have opportunities for the first time that have never been there is big.
Well, the athletes also got a tour of the Ravens Performance Center and behind-the-scenes training camp access.
Plus, we have some good news for Baltimore. The Orioles starting off their 3-game series against the Padres with a victory and a no-hitter for former O-star Manny Machado. Ryan Oher getting the Birds on the scoreboard, hitting a home run in the second, making it the 10th of the year. Padres, Machado went 0 for 4 at bat. Final score 4-1. They face off against San Diego tonight. First pitch, 9:40.
Well, still ahead on the early edition, a dry start to the morning, but that could change. Our Weather Authority team is tracking the potential for more storms tonight.
Plus, former President Trump facing yet another indictment. We're going to hear reaction from both sides of the aisle. 5:27 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Hot and humid. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know just how sweaty we're going to get today.
Sounds pleasant.
It's August. So what happens, August 15th, right in the middle of the month, and we are going to see the potential for a couple of more pop-up storms as we head toward the afternoon. As we just talked about, O's waking up victorious out there in San Diego, that big West Coast swing. They're back a week from today right there at Camden Yards as the Blue Jays will be in town. So a nice long West Coast road trip, and so far they're looking good. 75 your temperature in Cockeysville, 77 Baltimore City and Chestertown, almost 80 in Stevensville. So we really didn't cool off much overnight. A mild and muggy morning. We will see those showers and thunderstorms that will pick up again later this afternoon, and then definitely drier by Wednesday. So out for your morning drive, mid to upper 70s overall, looking really good if you're heading out. Maybe the AC on this morning. And on your snowball cast, 91 today, tracking a couple of more of those storms this afternoon, but drier and a little cooler tomorrow. Overall staying dry through the rest of this week, which we'll kind of highlight coming up in my 7-day forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:31, former President Donald Trump and 18 of his allies have less than 2 weeks to turn themselves in after a late-night indictment out of Georgia.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with reaction that's pouring in now from both sides of the aisle. And what happens now, Megan?
Yeah, guys, I want to take you live to the Fulton County Courthouse. This is in Georgia where those charges have been filed. You can actually see a police presence outside here. They've got kind of a staging area. Again, these charges just filed hours ago. They're for election interference. They have a mandatory minimum prison sentence, guys, of 5 to 20 years if convicted. Some believe these new charges could be the most problematic yet. As we take you live now from the Fulton County Courthouse to the White House now this morning, where even if former President Trump is elected next year, these charges are shielded from presidential pardon power or from a friendly Justice Department withdrawing prosecution. The former president's rivals for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination, they're now weighing in on this. One of the first to release a statement just hours ago, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, a vocal Trump critic, now calling this, quote, another day of challenge for our democracy. Over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump's actions disqualified him from ever serving as president again. Those words are more true today than ever before. Vivek Ramaswamy, a staunch Trump ally, also reacting, saying, quote, here we go again. Another disastrous Trump indictment. Now, on the other side of the aisle, we're hearing from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. She's calling it, quote, a terrible moment for our country, adding the only satisfaction may be that the system is working, justice is being pursued. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying this case, quote, portrays a repeated pattern of criminal activity by former President Trump. The Trump campaign, meantime, calling all of this politically motivated here. Again, one more time, taking you live to the Fulton County Courthouse. We know that this now marks the 4th criminal indictment that Trump is facing, in addition to more than half a dozen civil lawsuits. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as this continues to develop here today and in the weeks and months to come.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis amid a violent summer. Baltimore residents voicing their concerns about safety. Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley hold their 3rd public comment meeting and the first one in person.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the message from the public and from city leaders. Shannon.
Well, crime is terrible. That is what some people are saying, Patrice and Tom, about the state of the city. And it all comes as leaders continue to seek your feedback about the man who will likely become the next leader of the Baltimore Police Department. Right now, Richard Worley is serving as acting commissioner, awaiting his confirmation. But before that can happen, these public hearings are scheduled. And last night's first in-person meeting brought in crowds, many with concerns about policing and crime.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We are a totally different department. We basically do not want to have any bad cops.
At the church, man, they can't worship down there. There's so much stuff going on. You know, I chase people off the steps myself, but you know, that's not my job. So, yeah, so we need to see some police.
I think Michelle's back there. She can link you right with your major, who can get that address and help you out and contact you and work to make sure that your people are coming to church safely and going home.
So this dialogue was all unfolding at the Lord's Church last night. The mayor calling these meetings an opportunity to discuss how best to build a safer Baltimore and to hear from residents about what they want to see from the city's commissioner. And for the mayor, Tom and Patrice, this is really all about building the public's trust.
So, Shannon, was there any mention of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting still unsolved a month later?
Yeah, so Acting Commissioner Worley did comment on that, Patrice, and he said the same thing that he said in a previous city council meeting. He talked about how mistakes were made, but that they are working to make sure that those mistakes amongst the police department are not made again. In the meantime, we know there's going to be another town hall exactly 1 week from today. That is set to take place at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center in West Baltimore on Tuesday evening. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to counties under pressure, an update in the Sky Zone shooting that happened in Timonium. The judge denied bond for the man who is charged with 1 count of first-degree murder. Fox 45's Alexa Ashwell has details surrounding that night.
This is the man, 30-year-old Quentin Walker, who investigators say fatally shot 32-year-old Marcus Whitehead inside the Timonium Sky Zone over the weekend. Newly obtained court documents revealing the victim was dating Walker's ex-wife, and Walker admitted to killing him, here telling police why. According to the court documents, Walker telling investigators he flew to Maryland from Colorado to visit his child, and that he and his ex-wife had agreed to meet at the trampoline park so he could spend time with their daughter. His ex-wife confirming this. But once there, Walker told police Whitehead was staring at him, and when he asked if he wanted to talk outside, responded to not come near him. Walker says Whitehead then threatened to slap him and at one point stood up and started walking towards him. That's when Walker's ex-wife says Walker removed the firearm from his waistband, and Walker admitted he fired all rounds that he had loaded into the gun.
Officers located an adult male suffering from multiple gunshot wounds.
Whitehead was rushed to an area hospital where he was pronounced dead. Walker fled the scene, later calling 911, and according to court documents on the phone, telling dispatch he was driving a U-Haul and wanted to turn himself in, but first return the rental. Walker was stopped by police in neighboring Anne Arundel County on southbound 97 at Dorsey Road. There, he was taken into custody and transported to Baltimore County Police Headquarters. A Glock handgun, investigators say, found in the vehicle. Walker now being held without bond. Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
Now in Harford County, still no suspects in the murder of 37-year-old Rachel Moren more than a week after her body was found. Yesterday, the Harford Sheriff's Office telling Fox 45 News they've received 325 tips so far. Deputies will continue maintaining presence along the Mom-Pa Trail for the foreseeable future. In the meantime, the Harford County Sheriff's Office continues to ask for help from anyone who is at or around the trail on the day Moren's body was found. You can call 888-540-8477 or send an email to rmtips@harfordsheriff.org. Still ahead this morning, screeching in the streets causing frustration among Baltimore residents. The latest chaos prompting questions for police.
Plus, rebuilding in Hawaii, the efforts to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history.
Plus, we are waking up with dry conditions after storms roll through yesterday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we see even more storms tonight. And it is humid and foggy out this morning. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning.
5:41 is your time right now. It is Tuesday morning, Hump Day Eve. A pretty shot right here from our Towson area. You can see some of those clouds out there. Definitely muggy. If you haven't made your way outside, you're definitely going to see that condensation on your cup of orange juice this morning, potentially. Our out the door cast, our sunglasses will be needed, and then the umbrella too, because we're still tracking some of those showers and potential thunderstorms later this afternoon as well. But temps looking good and warming up, mid to upper 70s, upper 80s through 11 a.m. and we'll be in the upper 80s and lower 90s once again this afternoon.
Maui relief, where volunteers on the ground are focusing their efforts, the challenges they're facing, and how you can help.
Plus, it's been a year since Inflation Reduction Act was introduced. We take a look at its impact that it's had. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.545 in Maui, relief organizations are focused on helping those on the ground, from locals to tourists.
And the National Desk, Dee Gatton, has the new images and where volunteers are focusing their efforts in the days to come.
Imagine returning to your neighborhood to find flattened homes, not knowing if your loved one is alive. These are the conversations volunteers are having with people in Maui right now as they focus their response on emotional support. With the death toll rising, thousands have been displaced from the devastation. This is brand new video of relief efforts underway on the ground. I've talked to multiple organizations who say the devastation has taken a toll on the community, including volunteers. They're trying to provide basic needs, delivering and providing food and shelter.
The emotions are running very high. There's a lot of uncertainty. Some people are still wondering about, outcomes of the devastation.
Because the communication has been down, it's been hard for folks, who may have even just been on vacation there with their families to make sure, are they safe?
Just heartbreaking. If you want to join the effort, both the Red Cross and the Salvation Army tell me financial donations are the quickest way to provide help. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Mental health crisis counselors are heading to Hawaii to help those experiencing trauma from the wildfires. Experts say they are going to assist those who have lost their homes, their loved ones, as well as first responders who are having trouble coping with the situation.
This is not something that their brains were prepared to understand, so it's definitely going to need a lot of support with the mental health side. Lots of potential anxiety, potential nightmares, potential panic attacks and stuff, so that's where the immediate therapy support is good, but also long-term care is going to be necessary for all ages, for everyone who's involved.
96 people have been confirmed dead as a result of the wildfires. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for.
5:47 here on this Tuesday morning, and it is humid when you step outside.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, feeling it in here too. The hair is a little more untamed.
And today's National Relaxation Day, so just kind of cool off with a snowball. You missed it yesterday, buddy. We had snowballs.
I saw, yeah.
I tried one. It was pretty good.
Okay, egg custard. That was your first egg custard?
That was my first egg custard with
marshmallow. You didn't like the color, orange?
I didn't mind the color orange. No, I love orange. That's fine. It tastes like French vanilla ice cream to me. Like that was the egg custard.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, and it was okay. The marshmallow was a little over too much for me. It was a little too sweet with all that marshmallow on it. But I don't know. Some people like a bunch of marshmallow on it. That's how the wife likes it. So I tried it. Sharon's all good. Bel Air up there in Hartford County. She said she put 2 kids through college, 1 snowball at a time. Lots of snowballs out there today that are going to be melting quickly because we're heating back up. And we know what's heating up. The Baltimore Orioles getting another win out there on the West Coast last night. Those late games when they started like 9:40 at night. I mean, I'm waking up in the morning going, maybe I can still watch them. So anyway, they're back here next Tuesday at Camden Yards. 77 your temp right now. The dew point temperature at 74 degrees, and dew points today are going to stay in the 70s. So yes, that mugginess will be with us for sure for the afternoon, but a big drop off tomorrow. So some drier air moving in by Wednesday, and then really looking nice as we head into this upcoming weekend. Saturday looks spectacular with the dry air in place, plenty of sunshine, and temperatures that are not bad, actually just a little bit below average. So HD radar is all quiet right now. Seeing a few showers to the northeast and up in the northeast and down through Roanoke, but overall it's this cold front that's making its way through the region. So as this front moves through later this afternoon, we are going to have a better chance of another round of pop-up showers and storms. And we do have a marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So that includes pretty much the entire viewing area and some slight risk areas down toward the eastern shore. Let's show you what's going on with that future scan. About 10 o'clock this morning, we stay dry. Watch what happens as we get to about 2-3 p.m. You'll start to see the potential of a couple of pop-up showers right around 3-4 o'clock. Those storms right there in the 95 corridor. Could see a couple of heavier thunderstorms as well into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour right through Baltimore City and County and out through Hartford County, and then some leftover showers in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. But notice how it kind of goes right along 95. Areas to the west not expecting as much in the way of those thunderstorms. So still some spotty storms today. After today, though, as I mentioned, we dry out nicely tomorrow and all the way through the rest of the week and into this upcoming weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking around the Towson area as the sun's starting to come up, and some of you may be dealing with a little bit of fog out there, but everyone else is wide open roads all around the Baltimore region from Frederick to down the ocean. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Well, happy Tuesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10-4-13 canceled this morning. We've got 10-5-11 and Camden 843 operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues. On-time service, in fact, in both directions. Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
1 year since the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law. I'm Atral Nishar in Washington with whether one of the president's signature accomplishments is living up to its name.
Plus, we continue to follow the most recent indictment against former President Donald Trump, the charges he's facing, and why some argue these could be the most serious. 5:51 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local. 5:54 and in your consumer news this morning, plane tickets starting to get a little cheaper. Latest data coming from travel site Hopper shows the average domestic round trip $257 as of now. That's down about 11% compared to last year. Experts saying it's normal for prices to drop off late in the summer, but prices are expected to go up again after the season.
If you are planning to travel Labor Day weekend, you might want to factor in rising gas prices. The cost of regular is above $4 a gallon in 11 states. That's according to AAA. Others are nearing that threshold, and the national average is $3.85. That's the highest it's been in about 10 months. Here in Maryland, we are 6 cents below the national average. Oil prices are up because Russia and Saudi Arabia have been cutting the global supply. In the U.S., some refineries are struggling to function in the extreme heat.
This week, the Biden administration celebrating the anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act being signed into law.
The plan came with a pledge to lower health care costs, promote clean energy, and make the tax code fairer.
National correspondent Oher Al-Nashar looks at where things stand 1 year in.
When President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law, the consumer inflation rate was 8.5%. Now it's 3.2%. But whether this legislation is the reason for that drop is up for debate. The law capped the price of insulin at $35 for Medicare recipients. Eli Lilly followed suit, duplicating that price cap regardless of a patient's insurance.
It's important that we continue to see the price of health care, especially prescription drugs, go down.
When the IRA was signed into law, the average price of a gallon of regular gas was close to $4. After declining over the year, it's back up to $3.85, according to AAA. Despite a lower inflation rate, overall prices are almost 18% higher than they were before the pandemic. Republicans on the campaign trail are making that their focus.
Joe Biden launched a war on energy on day one.
The IRA, though, is banking on clean energy, in part by using tax credit incentives for companies to lower their emissions. Anirudh Sharma, CEO of London-based Carbon Clean, says it's what drove his carbon capture technology company to open a new U.S. headquarters in Houston.
For us, because of IRA, the business inquiries for decarbonization technology has gone up by about 64%. The next step is to actually hire more people and double our existing strength in the U.S.
The White House acknowledging the Inflation Reduction Act is more about long-term investments than immediate relief for high prices. At a campaign event in Salt Lake City last week, President Biden said, quote, "I wish I hadn't called it that because it has less to do with reducing inflation than it does to do with dealing with providing for alternatives that generate economic growth." As for what is reducing inflation, economists generally point to higher interest rates from the Federal Reserve, supply chain bottlenecks being resolved, and global oil prices stabilizing after shocks from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In Washington, I'm Oher Al-Nashar.
5:57, federal student loan payments will be due in October, the first time in more than 3 years after a COVID-related pause.
According to a survey by Credit Karma, more than half of borrowers say they will be forced to choose between feeding themselves and making the payments when the pandemic forbearance ends. It will impact both low-income and high-income earners. 68% of people making under $50,000 a year say they're going to need to strike a balance, but so will 45% of those who earn $100,000 or more. Interest accruals resume September 1st.
Biden administration encouraging colleges to promote racial diversity on campus through a range of strategies. The Justice and Education Departments issuing new guidance yesterday. It comes after the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action in June. And guidance notes colleges can focus their recruiting efforts towards schools that serve mostly students of color or low-income students. It also clarifies students may still discuss how race has shaped their personal experience in application essays or interviews.
Former President Trump facing yet another indictment. We're breaking down his latest legal troubles and what it means moving forward.
For months, Baltimore homeowners have been fighting BGE's installation of external gas regulators. That debate will likely continue at a hearing today. Coming up next, I'll have the details.
Frustration continues after illegal street racers once again hit the roads. Just ahead, why police didn't intervene.
Our temperatures are definitely mild this morning, and it is muggy. We're talking about a hot afternoon and more storms on the way. We'll break it down on Fox 45 Morning News on the CW.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and Spain just knocked out Sweden, so we'll be switching back over to our regular home at WBFF in just a little bit.
All right, well, in the meantime, until we do that, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and talk about this muggy forecast.
Yeah, I can't believe there's only 3 teams left now. Yeah, so Australia and England will play tomorrow, and then the winner of that plays Spain on Sunday right here for the World Cup final. And yeah, it is definitely going to be sweaty if you're going to be out practicing some soccer or throwing the baseball around later today. Also tracking a few storms as well as we take you outside right now. Kind of a pretty shot here. You can see some of those clouds hanging around this morning. Our temperatures have not dropped at all, so it is definitely mild, even warm for some of you. 78 in Glen Burnie right now. Mid-70s in Cockeysville and Towson. Straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. 75 in Woodlawn and Bel Air as well. A mild and muggy morning. We do have showers and storms again on the way this afternoon, but we are drier by Wednesday. So Mr. Bo says we're still good to go on your morning drive. May see some patchy fog in spots. Temps staying in the mid-70s for the next few hours, 6, 7, and 8 o'clock. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes. Tom?
Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and looking around at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. It's wide open for everyone. No issues to report. Have to go to Beltsville to find one little incident that's slowing you down 95 north there. And otherwise, everyone's moving along just fine.
Breaking news this morning as a Georgia district attorney announces new indictments against former President Trump.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're learning about these charges. Megan.
A lot unfolding here over the last few hours, guys. We are taking you live to the Fulton County Courthouse there in Georgia, where just hours ago, these new charges over allegations of trying to overturn the contested 2020 election results were just filed. If you look closely, you can still see the police presence over there, the flashing lights. They've got the barriers here kind of surrounding the entrance to that courthouse. These charges just filed, guys, include racketeering, conspiracy, and making false statements. In a late-night press conference, Fulton County's district attorney, Fani Willis, saying Trump and 18 co-conspirators have until noon on August 25th to surrender. Now, we are getting word this morning that some of the others charged include former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. The Trump campaign firing back, releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "These activities by Democrat leaders constitute a grave threat to American democracy and are direct attempts to deprive the American people of their rightful choice to cast their vote for president. Call it election interference or election manipulation. It's a dangerous effort by the ruling class to suppress the choice of the people. It is un-American and wrong." Willis already hitting back.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Willis said she will submit a timeline proposal within the week, asking for the trial to take place within the next 6 months. But ultimately, that will be decided by a judge. Again, we're going to keep an eye on this situation out here and also have much more reaction coming up in about 30 minutes from both sides of the aisle right here from our live center.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Illegal street racing in the early hours Sunday morning, putting drivers in danger and frustrating residents who are woken up by all the noise.
The dangerous driving happening at the intersection of Mount Royal Avenue and North Avenue, a heavy traffic area right near I-83.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at how police handle the situation and why some say it's just not enough. Shannon.
Well, neighbors tell us, Tom and Patrice, this was like a scene from a Fast and Furious movie with reckless drivers spinning out. It all happened early in the morning as well, right around 2 a.m., and it went on for at least an hour. Like you guys said, it happened right there at the intersection of Mount Royal Avenue and North Avenue, a busy intersection. And so now some people are questioning why police didn't stop this commotion sooner.
There was just a lot of tire screeching.
It sounded like there was just like a continuous revving.
It was just a lot more excessive on Saturday night.
I called and they did not do anything. They just sat right by the intersection with their lights on.
Well, police, however, paint a different picture, saying officers arrived less than 10 minutes after getting the call, but the scene was clear. Remember, this activity is very much illegal, though. Late last year, Mayor Brandon Scott signed a new law carrying a $1,000 fine or 1 year in jail for incidents like these. However, proof of whether or not police are truly enforcing this law has yet to be seen. In fact, our teams reached out to the police department to find out how many fines have been handed out or how many arrests have been made since this law took effect, and we are still waiting on those numbers. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And it's not just street racing. The Baltimore Police Department is also cracking down on illegal dirt bike riders. Police have seized more than 100 dirt bikes so far this year and made 17 arrests just for dirt bike riding. Earlier this summer, officers recovered 33 illegal dirt bikes from a Mondawmin business. Happening today, the Maryland Public Service Commission is holding a public hearing on BGE gas regulator installation in Baltimore.
Baltimore homeowners have spent months fighting BGE's installation of external gas regulators.
Olivia Dance joins us live in studio with what is in store for today's hearing. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. The hearing is starting at 10 this morning, and it comes after hundreds of people have joined a class action lawsuit against BGE for installing the new external regulators. The lawsuit alleges the regulators are unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. But BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. Earlier this month, homeowners received a sign of support from City Hall when Councilman Eric Costello announced plans to propose legislation that would ban external regulators citywide. A BG representative pushed back, saying that relocating the regulators from inside to outside homes is safer for its customers, but some residents disagree.
People hit regulators with bikes, with scooters, with baseball bats. We're just one TikTok video away from a catastrophic trend in Baltimore.
This has never been about safety. This has always been about profits and bullying, and simply put, BG&E thought that they had free reign over Baltimore City.
Again, the hearing starts at 10 this morning, and you can find the latest developments on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Acting Police Commissioner coming face to face with Baltimore residents. Still ahead, the concerns as they have crime numbers, they continue to rise.
The family of a Baltimore homicide victim is saying that her death was not a priority for police. Why they argue that city leaders are not taking the homicide case seriously.
And we are going to continue to stay on the warm and even hot side of things with the steamy conditions for the afternoon with more storms on the way as well. We'll talk all about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News on the C-Dub.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Former President Donald Trump indicted again. What he's being charged with.
Chaos on the streets of Baltimore. Why police didn't do more to stop this round of illegal drag racing.
And we're tracking the potential for a few more showers and storms as we head toward the afternoon. We'll break it down for you in my full Weather Authority forecast.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Thanks for joining us on Fox 45 following the World Cup in Spain taking out Sweden.
All right, well, we need to get this day started, see what's coming our way as far as the forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers excited to be here, and yeah, extra deodorant today, right?
That's exactly right. Frizzy hair day today, too, guys, as more of that heat and humidity will be here. Yeah, Spain into the finals, Australia and England tomorrow morning on Fox 45, and then the winner of that will play in the World Cup final on Sunday right here on Fox 45. It's been exciting to watch all those great games. Right now, looking outside, overall not too bad. Sun coming up right as we speak, so good timing that we jumped over on Fox 45. A couple of clouds hanging around, but yes, the muggy conditions are there for sure. I'll watch for some showers and a couple of pop-up thunderstorms heading toward the afternoon, and then we will be drier by tomorrow. So overall, if you're out and about on your morning drive next few hours, we'll keep those numbers in the mid to upper 70s. We are tracking some of those storms as we head toward the afternoon. Look at some of these high temperatures, upper 80s and lower 90s. So definitely heating up again today with more humidity as well. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, breaking overnight, former President Donald Trump charged with 13 felonies in the state of Georgia related to his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election results.
He is accused of violating the state's RICO Act. It's a racketeering charge listed as a serious felony. Other felonies include solicitation of violation of oath by public officer, conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, forgery in the first degree, false statements in writings, and filing false documents. Trump could face decades in prison if convicted.
President Trump now facing 4 criminal indictments and more than half dozen civil lawsuits. He pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to hush money payments in 2016, not guilty to 40 felony counts over alleged mishandling of classified records, not guilty to 4 felony counts over an alleged effort to remain in power after the 2020 presidential election and exploit the January 6th Capitol riot, and likely not guilty to these counts in Georgia's election interference case.
Now, 18 people are charged alongside former President Trump in Georgia, and many are names you've heard before. Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, were indicted by a Fulton County grand jury. Also indicted are attorneys John Eastman and Sidney Powell, plus former acting Assistant Attorney General Jeffrey Clark. Documents also allege 30 unindicted co-conspirators.
Baltimore residents are giving their feedback on public safety and the city's acting police commissioner. Just ahead, the changes you want to see.
But first, enjoying time in the sun can turn into a nightmare after you realize you have sunburn. Coming up after the break, some simple tips that can help you relieve the discomfort. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Fun in the sun can come to a screeching or scorching halt with a nasty sunburn.
If you've ever gotten one, you'll know how unpleasant they are. But there's some good news. We have tips you can use to help alleviate sunburn pain.
Getting a sunburn is never fun. Your skin feels like it's on fire, and anything that touches you hurts, not to mention the potential long-term health effects.
Every time you get a sunburn, it ages your skin and it increases your risk for skin cancer.
Preventing sunburns should be priority number one by wearing sunscreen and covering up. But for those times you may have forgotten to apply sunscreen or even reapply after a swim or working out and ended up getting a wicked burn, there are things you can do to help relieve the discomfort. Sunburn care and prevention, like taking frequent cool baths or showers.
As soon as you're done bathing, pat yourself dry. Don't rub the towel against your skin. You want to leave your skin a little damp and then apply moisturizer.
Look for moisturizers that contain aloe vera or soy. Since getting burned inflames the skin, taking an anti-inflammatory like aspirin or ibuprofen can help reduce swelling and alleviate any discomfort. Be sure to also keep hydrated, even drinking more water than you usually do. If your skin blisters, don't pop or peel them. Allow them to heal. And if you do go outside, cover up by wearing clothes that cover the burned areas and stay in the shade as much as possible. And to help prevent getting a sunburn in the first place, wear sunscreen. A top-performing sunscreen with the perfect score that's also a Consumer Reports Smart Buy. Copper Tone Water Babies Lotion SPF 50, and despite its name, it can be used by adults as well. Be sure to use a teaspoon per body part or area that's not covered up with clothing. And if you're using a spray, hold the nozzle about an inch from your skin and spray until your skin glistens, and then rub it in. And for all types of sunscreens, reapply every 2 hours and after swimming.
And if your burn is severe, be sure you see a doctor, especially if you feel unwell, if you have chills, a fever, or nausea.
More storms possible for your Tuesday afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back in a few with a look at when we dry out.
The family of a murdered pregnant woman is demanding justice ahead of today's court date. Coming up next, we're hearing from the victim's attorney and loved ones. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how humid it's going to be today.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that answer.
Frizz factor is in full effect. Not a frizzy Friday, but a frizzy Tuesday. And you can see the sun that is out there right now from our Towson camera. Pretty shot, but overall we are still very muggy and also kind of mild, even warm, with upper 60s and lower 70s in western Maryland, mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. We're at 78 your temp right now in Annapolis and 76 in Chestertown. So overall, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Next couple of hours on your morning drive, we'll keep those mid to upper 70s going for you this morning. Snowball is going to be melting today for sure. 91 for our high, but it's going to feel hotter than that with that humidity, and we are tracking another round of storms for the afternoon. We're drier and a little cooler tomorrow, and we stay mainly dry as we head toward the end of the week. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Former President Donald Trump and 18 of his allies have less than 2 weeks to surrender after a late-night indictment out of Georgia.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with reaction that's pouring in from both sides of the aisle. And what happens now? Megan.
Here's what we know, guys. If convicted, these new charges of election interference have a mandatory minimum prison sentence of 5 to 20 years. And guys, some believe these new charges could be the most problematic yet. We want to take you live to the White House here this morning, where even if former President Trump is elected next year, these charges are shielded from presidential pardon power or from a friendly Justice Department withdrawing prosecution. The former president's rivals for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination now weighing in. One of the first to release a statement, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, a vocal Trump critic, now calling this, quote, another day of challenge for our democracy. Over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump's actions disqualified him from ever serving as president again. Those words are more true today than ever before. Vivek Ramaswamy, a staunch Trump ally, also reacting, saying, quote, here we go again, another disastrous Trump indictment. Now, on the other side of the aisle, guys, a lot of reaction. One, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton calling it a terrible moment for our country, adding the only satisfaction may be that the system is working. Justice is being pursued. One more for you. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying this case, quote, portrays a repeated pattern of criminal activity by the former president. Now, we are hearing from the Trump campaign as well. Meantime, calling all of this politically motivated. We want to take you live now to the Fulton County Courthouse here this morning in Georgia, where these charges were filed just hours ago. And you can see police activity out there, guys. They've got some barriers in front of there blocking the entrance. The indictment that was filed is now the fourth one that Trump is now facing, in addition to more than half a dozen civil lawsuits. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as all of this continues to develop here today and in the weeks and months to come.
It's gut-wrenching. It's devastating. It's upsetting. It hurts. And this killing has got to stop.
In a city in crisis, a grieving Baltimore family is demanding answers from city leaders, saying the homicide case of a young pregnant mother has not been taken seriously from the start.
Olivia Dan's joining us live in studio with the emotional message from the victim's family, as well as the next steps in this case. Olivia.
You know, Tom and Patrice, according to Baltimore police, 22-year-old Malik McCormick was arrested after a traffic stop in Virginia last month. The suspect was then extradited back here to Baltimore, where he will appear in court today for a preliminary hearing. Meanwhile, the family and friends of 19-year-old Jamira Burrell are demanding justice, saying they will show up to court every day. Burrell was shot and killed in December, and she was expecting a baby girl. Her loved ones were planning her baby shower when they were forced to make funeral plans instead. Burrell was just weeks away from starting a job at Johns Hopkins when she was gunned down along Woodmont Avenue in Baltimore.
And we don't want it to be just a number. We want justice. Justice for Jay.
Court records reveal that McCormick was the father of Burrell's unborn child. Burrell's life was taken too soon, and now her loved ones are demanding justice, as they're fully aware she was the 311th homicide victim in Baltimore last year.
When you've got a homicide prosecutor in Baltimore, they've got a dozen, 2 dozen cases on their docket. It's easy for one to blend into another. This is the only tragedy for this family. This is the only murder case for this family.
Now, Burrell's family tells Fox 45 News today would have been her 20th birthday. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Amid a violent summer, Baltimore residents voicing their concerns about safety.
Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley held their third public comment meeting and the first one in person.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a message from the public and your city leaders. Shannon?
Well, crime is terrible. That is what some people are saying, Tom and Patrice, about the state of the city. And this comes as leaders continue to seek your feedback about the man who will likely become the next leader of the Baltimore Police Department. Now, right now, Richard Worley is serving as acting commissioner, awaiting his confirmation. But before that can happen, these public hearings are scheduled. And last night's first in-person meeting brought in crowds, many with concerns about policing and crime.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We are a totally different department. We basically do not want to have any bad cops.
At the church, man, they can't worship down there. There's so much stuff going on. You know, I chase people off the steps myself, but you know, that's not my job. So, yeah, so we need to see some police.
I think Michelle's back there. She can link you right with your major, who can get that address and help you out and contact you and work to make sure that your people are coming to church safely and going home.
So this dialogue was all unfolding at the Lord's Church last night. The mayor calling the meetings an opportunity to discuss how best to build a safer Baltimore and to hear from residents about what they want to see from the city's commissioner. And for the mayor, Tom and Patrice, it seems the top priority here is to try to build public trust.
So, Shannon, did they talk about the Brooklyn Day mass shooting at all? It's been a month, still unsolved. People have a lot of questions.
Yeah, so they did bring this up, Patrice, and Worley really kind of reiterated the same thing that he already stated in a city council hearing previously. He talked about how there were mistakes that were made by the police department and that they are working to make sure that these kinds of mistakes are not made again. In the meantime, we know that there are going to be a few other opportunities for you to get out and make your voice heard. The next town hall is set for exactly 1 week from today, so next Tuesday evening, and it's going to happen at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center that's in West Baltimore. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And thank you. The Maryland State School Board is set to vote on who they want as a leader. Still ahead in our next hour, Project Baltimore investigates why the governor is concerned about the current superintendent's leadership.
Chaos on the streets of Baltimore City, topping our next half hour. Why police did not do more to stop the round of illegal drag racing.
And it's a bit cloudy and mild this morning. Just ahead, what we can expect for the rest of the week. 6:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Thunderstorms rolled into the Washington, D.C. area Monday afternoon, part of a line of severe weather that sparked tornado and flash flood warnings, while dropping more than 3 inches of rain in some places. The storm caused blinding rain, flooded streets, and airport ground stops before easing up and moving away.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
We are just 18 minutes away from 7 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Happy Hump Day Eve, everybody. O's with the win last night out in San Diego. They're back here a week from tonight, actually, at Camden Yards. And, of course, M&T Bank Stadium will be fired up in early September for your Ravens getting set for the NFL season. Man, we're talking about a lot of fun stuff. Out the door cast, sunglasses, and then have the umbrella, too, because some of us will see some thunderstorms again as we head into the afternoon today. So a little steamy this morning. Numbers in the mid to upper 70s, out for your run or your jog, definitely getting that sweat on. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we'll be speaking with a crisis leadership expert on how social media is playing a role in the way Rachel Moren's murder case is being handled by the Harford County Sheriff's Office.
Hundreds joining a class action lawsuit against BGE. Still ahead, what we can expect at a public meeting today. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .46 and in your morning rush today, the Maryland Public Service Commission is holding a public hearing on BGE's gas regulator installation in Baltimore City.
Baltimore homeowners have spent months fighting BGE's installation of those gas regulators.
Olivia Dan's joining us live in studio. And Olivia, what's in store for today's hearing?
Yeah, so Tom and Patrice, the hearing will start at 10 this morning, and it comes after hundreds of people have joined a class action lawsuit against BGE for installing those new external regulators. Now, the lawsuit alleges the regulators are unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. But BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. Now, earlier this month, homeowners received a sign of support from City Hall when Councilman Eric Costello announced plans to propose legislation that would ban external regulators citywide. A BGE representative pushed back, saying that relocating the regulators from inside to outside homes is safer for its customers. But some residents disagree. So coming up in about 15 minutes, hear from some of those concerned homeowners.
Thank you, Olivia. This morning, frustration continues after illegal street racers take to the streets in North Baltimore.
It happened at a busy intersection right near I-83 early Sunday morning.
Shannon Lilly joining us live. Shannon, did police ever intervene?
Well, not really, Tom, but the reason why depends on who you ask. Police say they responded to the call for that street racing within 10 minutes, but when they got to the scene, it was clear. However, a neighbor we spoke to who says he made a call to police says police came out and just sat at the intersection with their lights on, essentially doing nothing. And of course, we know that this activity is very much illegal, but it continues to happen. So that has residents and neighbors frustrated. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at this new law and how or if it's being enforced. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now.
Do you guys know how to spell meringue, like lemon meringue?
Oh.
M-E-R-I-N-G.
G-U-E?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, lemon meringue pie day.
Tag team effort.
Yeah, you guys did.
Took two of us.
Three of us were okay. Good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday, National Lemon Meringue Pie Day. Yeah, that kind of smells and feels like summer. By the way, a couple of weeks away, I believe, from the state fair. How about that? Getting underway at the end of August. Got the Ren Fest coming up. All those fall things that are around the corner, including pumpkin spice lattes. 76 your temp right now in Towson. The dew point at 73 degrees, and those dew point temperatures, my friends, they're going to stay in the 70s today. So up into that miserable or unbearable category, because the heat and humidity still hanging around. Now, we get drier air moving in as early as tomorrow, so those dew point numbers come down. Really circling the calendar for Saturday because dew point temps will only be in the upper 50s. It will be very comfortable behind another cold front as we head into this upcoming weekend. We still have some showers and storms to get through today. Right now, we're all quiet here on our HD radar. Pull back a little bit farther, some storms up in the northeast and some showers up there toward Boston and out toward Cape Cod as well. But when you look at the larger picture, it's this cold front that's going to be passing through the area as we head toward the afternoon today. And along that frontal boundary is going to be our best chance to see some of those storms pop up. Now, the Storm Prediction Center does have us under a marginal risk for severe weather. Not enough for a weather alert day, but it's still 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. Notice those areas in the southeast part of Maryland out toward the eastern shore under a slight risk. So if you're heading to the eastern shore today, that's where we'll have a better chance of some of the stronger storms. This is Tuesday morning. You can see by about 10 o'clock, some clouds kind of hanging around, taking you to about 1, 2 into the 3 o'clock hour. That's when things look to start firing up. Laurel, Columbia, up into Cockeysville and Baltimore, all the way up toward Bel Air and into Harford County. And you can see kind of the line of showers and storms in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour right along 95. Areas out toward Westminster and to the west toward Frederick. Not expected to see much. Also eastern shore, couple of pop-up showers and storms. So they'll be of that kind of scattered or isolated variety throughout the day today, but then moving out of here by about 7 p.m. So rise and shine with us. Enjoy some breakfast and coffee, mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours. And if you're jumping in the pool today, cannonball! Overall, 82 by 10 a.m., lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And remember, when you hear those rumbles of thunder, you got to get out of the pool and get indoors. That UV index still in that moderate to very high category for today. So 91 this afternoon, drier tomorrow. We're back to the upper 80s here in your 7-day forecast. We'll get to about 90 on Thursday and then upper 80s on Friday. Overall, we do stay dry as we head toward the weekend.
It's Amber and yeah!
2 Baltimoreans win season 2 of Crime Scene Kitchen, and guess what? Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. Both of those winning bakers will be joining us live to talk about their experience on the show. Plus, they're going to be frying up some praline stuffed beignets.
Oh, they've been here, done that before, and it was amazing. Can't wait to talk to them again. And look at this. Enjoy all of your favorite Dr. Seuss characters come to life on stage. Still ahead, the limited amount of time you have to experience the extraordinary adventure.
Oh, the places you will go with each flavor-filled sip of coffee and beignet.
Oh, well done. Why don't you just join us for a coffee break? Sit back and relax.
You asked what my reaction is. I'm pissed. I'm pissed at these over and over and over again. If there are indictments tonight, it'll be the 4th indictment of Donald Trump. This is disgraceful.
I don't feel any satisfaction. I feel great, just great, profound sadness that we have a former president who has been indicted for so many charges that went right to the heart of whether or not our democracy would survive.
Breaking news overnight. Former President Donald Trump has been charged with 13 felonies in the state of Georgia related to his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election results there. He is accused of violating the state's RICO Act, and it's a racketeering charge listed as a serious felony. Trump could face decades in prison if convicted. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to have much more on these charges from our live center, as well as reaction from the former president. In the meantime, remember, you can download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute breaking news updates anytime. All you have to do is search WBFF in your app store to get started.
Well, making your headlines this morning, we're following up on a police chase involving a stolen ambulance. You see the video right here. A suspect crashing into several vehicles across Northern Virginia and D.C. Saturday.
Police arrested Darrell Caldwell for the case, but this is not the first time he's been accused of stealing a car.
Christian Flores with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. spoke with a woman who says her parents' car was also stolen by Caldwell in D.C.
He also asked D.C. prosecutors how this man was able to be out on the streets to cause Sunday's mayhem.
What drew my attention was a crash sound.
A familiar sound echoing across the DMV during Saturday's stolen ambulance chase, in which police say the suspect, Darrell Caldwell, slammed into at least 13 cars and sending at least 6 people to the hospital. Except Rhonda Adams tells 7 News her run-in with Caldwell was back in April when he was arrested for stealing her parents' SUV from their Northeast D.C. home and ramming through their other cars to get out.
Kids with my dad's truck hit my car somewhere in this area. This is where it kind of hit, right here, and caused this damage to the front end of the car.
And 4 months after Caldwell was arrested for that April car theft in D.C., police say he took a truck he allegedly stole from this construction site in Falls Church to begin his rampage across the DMV.
He struck 2 vehicles. He struck 2 in there, 3 all disabled, 5 vehicles struck total, all disabled.
He is now charged with 16 counts of felony hit and run. 7 News is on your side, asking the D.C. courts and prosecutors a question many of you had. Why was Caldwell out on the streets in the first place? He was released from jail on a personal recognizance bond only 2 days after being arrested in the April car theft case, while also having a bench warrant out for his arrest for missing a court date related to this crime.
I think that there is a link missing in the system.
So 7 News is on your side, asking D.C. courts and the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Wanted to see if you could say why he was allowed out and should he have been in jail to prevent everything that happened yesterday.
A spokesperson with D.C. courts provided an emailed statement saying the D.C. Criminal Code does not allow the judge to hold a suspect charged with auto theft until trial, but he has to double-check the case file when courts reopen Monday. A U.S. Attorney's Office spokesperson told 7 News this is the D.C. Attorney General's case. We asked the Office of the Attorney General if they considered putting a hold on the bond for Caldwell, and we'll let you know when we hear back.
I guess as far as the law is concerned, they can't do much to him. They have to let him go. Thank God he didn't kill anybody this time, but now that he's done something serious enough, I think that the judge or whomever has to deal with him would be reckless to let him go now.
In Northeast D.C., Christian Flores, 7 News.
It's a very serious charges against all of the 19 individuals. I think it's going to take a while to sort it out.
Even more indictments against former President Trump breaking overnight. A closer look at the charges, plus the concerns over the district attorney's actions.
Our temperatures are going to be heating up once again today, and we're tracking more storms. We'll break it down for you on Fox 45 Morning News, and we're getting funky.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to go over to the P-Funk meteorologist, or should it be the M-Funk, Justin Chambers. Why are we talking about being funky?
Parliament Funkadelic.
here in studio.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Parliament Funkadelic. You know all their songs, and if you don't, I mean, come on. Seriously?
They do have
You've
that.
been playing them for us this morning.
I know,
It's been
we're going to
fun.
play more of them. We're going to have them live in stage or on stage here coming up in just a little bit in the Fox 45 concert corner over there. Let's take a look outside right now. Good morning to all of you. Waking up victorious again, your Baltimore Orioles in Birdland, even though they're in San Diego. But they'll be back here next Tuesday right there at Camden Yards. Overall, a steamy day today with temperatures that are already in the mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. 77 in Annapolis, Chestertown at 75 in the Eastern Shore. So Mr. Bo says we'll keep those numbers in the 70s for the next few hours. No storms to get in your way this morning, but we are tracking the potential for some of those showers and storms again for this afternoon. And we'll top out in the lower 90s. It's going to feel hotter than that with that heat index in the mid to upper 90s along with the heat and humidity. It's August. We'll have another look at that full forecast. We do get some drier air coming in by tomorrow, and we'll take a closer look at that as well. I was going to say T-Funk, but I don't know if that works. Like T-Funk?
T-Funk, yeah. Sounds like a rash. All right, well, now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network and taking a look at your drive down JFX. And it'll take you 8 minutes. No major incidents or delays to report in our region. As you see, that's 8 minutes to get down from the top all the way to President Street. Traffic update this morning. Route 140 in Westminster finally back open after last week's destructive storm. This is old video right here. Last Monday, strong wind and heavy rain knocking down more than 20 high voltage utility poles along Route 140 in Carroll County. Stretch of the road between Gorsuch Road and Market Street have been shut down until yesterday morning.
Breaking news this morning as a Georgia district attorney announces new indictments against former President Trump.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're learning about these charges. Megan.
Guys, we want to take you live to the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia, where just hours ago, these new charges over allegations of trying to overturn the contested 2020 election results were just filed. As you take a look at this live shot here, you can see police down there. They've had a presence all morning long. There's a barricade blocking the entrance of this courthouse here. These charges, these new charges include racketeering, conspiracy, and making false statements. In a late night press conference, Fulton County's District Attorney Fonnie Willis saying Trump and 18 co-conspirators have until noon on August 25th to surrender. We are getting word here this morning that some of the others charged include former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. The Trump campaign firing back, releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "These activities by Democrat leaders constitute a grave threat to American democracy and are direct attempts to deprive the American people of their rightful choice to cast their vote for president. Call it election interference or election manipulation. It's a dangerous effort by the ruling class to suppress the choice of the people. It is un-American and wrong." Willis, meantime, hitting back.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Said that she will submit a timeline proposal within the week, asking for the trial to take place within the next 6 months. But guys, that ultimately will be decided by a judge. We're going to keep an eye on this situation in front of the courthouse, and coming up in about 30 minutes, actually have reaction from both sides of the aisle right here from our live center.
Turning now to a city in crisis, illegal street racing in the early hours Sunday morning, putting drivers in danger and frustrating residents who were woken up by all the noise.
The dangerous driving happening at the intersection of Mount Royal Avenue and North Avenue, a heavy traffic area right near I-83.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a look at how police handled the situation and why some say it was not enough. Shannon.
Well, neighbors say, Tom and Patrice, this was like watching a scene out of a Fast and Furious movie. They say they saw drivers recklessly spinning out. It all happened around 2 in the morning, and they say it went on for at least an hour. Like you guys said, this went down right at that busy intersection of North Avenue and Mount Royal Avenue. And so some are questioning why police didn't step in and stop it sooner.
There was just a lot of tire screeching.
It sounded like there was just like a continuous revving.
It was just a lot more excessive on Saturday night.
I called and they did not do anything. They just sat right by the intersection with their lights on.
Well, police, however, paint a different picture. They say that officers arrived less than 10 minutes after getting the call, but the scene, they say, was clear. But remember, this activity is very much illegal. Late last year, Mayor Brandon Scott signed a new law carrying a $1,000 fine or 1 year in jail for incidents like these. However, proof of whether or not police are truly enforcing this law has yet to be seen. In fact, our teams reached out to police and asked how many arrests have been made or how many fines have been given out since this law took effect. We're still waiting on those numbers. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:06 now. It's not just street racing. Baltimore's police department also cracking down on illegal dirt bike riders. Police have seized more than 100 dirt bikes so far this year, made 17 arrests just for dirt bike riding. Earlier this summer, officers recovered 33 illegal dirt bikes from a Mondawmin business.
Happening today, a 22-year-old charged with shooting and killing a pregnant teen in Baltimore is expected in court. 19-year-old Jamira Burrell was shot and killed last December in Northeast Baltimore. Last month, police arrested and charged the father of the unborn child with murder. 22-year-old Malik McCormick is scheduled to appear for a preliminary hearing. Outside of court yesterday, the family of Jamira remembered her on the eve of what would have been her 20th birthday. Right now, a trial date has yet to be set, and the family is calling on prosecutors to handle the case with care.
We don't want it to be just a number. We want justice. Justice for Jay. Justice for Jay.
Malik McCormick is charged with 6 counts, among them first and second-degree murder.
Also happening today, the Maryland Public Service Commission holding a public hearing on BGE gas regulator installation in Baltimore.
Baltimore homeowners have spent months fighting BGE's installation of those gas regulators.
Olivia Dan's joining us live in studio with what's in store for today's hearing. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom Patrice. The hearing is happening at 10 this morning, and it comes after hundreds of people have joined a class action lawsuit against BGE for installing those new external regulators. The lawsuit alleges the regulators are unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. But BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. Now, earlier this month, homeowners received a sign of support from City Hall when Councilman Eric Costello announced plans to propose legislation that would ban external regulators citywide. A BGE representative pushed back, saying that relocating the regulators from inside to outside homes is safer for its customers, but some residents disagree.
People hit regulators with bikes, with scooters, with baseball bats. We're just one TikTok video away from a catastrophic trend in Baltimore.
This has never been about safety. This has always been about profits and bullying, and simply put, BG&E thought that they had free reign over Baltimore City.
Again, that hearing starts at 10 this morning. Of course, you can find the latest developments on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:08 now. The countdown is on for the first day of school. In less than 2 weeks, students from Baltimore City and County, Harford County, and Howard County all return for the 2023-24 school year.
Then on Tuesday, September 5th, students in Carroll County and Cecil County will return for their first day of school. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Just scan the QR code on your screen to check out all of the stories we've posted so far, or you can go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. Coming up in our next half hour, we'll be joined by Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman. He'll have more on what parents and students should know ahead of the first day, plus what the county's college and career readiness program will look like.
All right, well, it's 7:09, and we need to get another look at our forecast as we are enjoying these final days of summer before we turn to school and fall.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he'll have that bus forecast coming up in just a little bit, but I think he's
over there.
It's National Relaxation Day.
Oh.
So just like, you know,
thought it was zombie.
Remember we used to hold the things for, well, some people would hold the things for sun, like the big, reflective thing. I don't know what that was about, but anyway. Plenty of sunshine today for at least the first half of the day for your summertime. And yeah, we absolutely still have more days of summer going. It's going to be a hot and steamy day today with the Towson camera showing us a mix of clouds and sun right now. Mild and muggy this morning, but we are tracking a few more showers and a couple of thunderstorms as well. And then we dry out by tomorrow. So we're starting to get some drier air in. So your yard and gardening cast, if you want to get some yard work done this morning, go ahead. We'll be in the upper 80s and lower 90s. And maybe getting a little bit more water from Mother Nature coming by this afternoon. So we're going to track those storms, where they could impact you, as well as that countdown to our bus stop forecast. We'll do all that in a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at our Lane Solar Traffic Network now as we take a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Volume starting to pick up just a bit on some of the roadways, but still no issues to report. Good time to get up and out. Well, developing now, former Ravens player Michael Oher, who was the subject of the 2009 film The Blind Side, says he was lied to and had millions kept from him by what he thought was his adopted parents.
Now, he's filed a petition in a Tennessee court to end Sean and Leanne Tuohy's conservatorship over him. Now, the former NFL player claims the Tuohys told him they were going to adopt him, but instead filed the conservatorship, which kept millions of dollars from him.
The petition is now asking the Tuohys to provide a sworn accounting of the money belonging to Oher that should have been paid to him.
Well, here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. A contract is almost up for Maryland Superintendent of Schools. Project Baltimore investigating why the governor and Department of Education employees are voicing concerns about his leadership.
And there has been no arrest made in the murder of Rachel Moren, and Harford County residents remain on edge. The speculation running wild on social media as police continue to ask for the public's help to find the killer. 7:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14. More than a week has passed since the body of Rachel Moren was found on the Ma and Pa Trail in Harford County. Police have made no arrests in her murder, and they're asking the community for help. Meanwhile, speculation about what happened is running rampant on social media. Rob Weinhold, crisis leadership expert with the Paulson Group, is joining us this morning to talk about all of that. Good morning.
Good morning.
So the fact that there still is no one in custody because of this, and the Sheriff's Department is still asking for help, does that just leave the door open for all kinds of theories and speculation that we're seeing?
Well, I'm quite certain the Sheriff's Department is working around the clock, doing everything possible to identify the suspect. But the longer this goes on, the more it exacerbates the fear in the community, right? And also speculation and conversation, a lot of which may be inaccurate. And so the Sheriff's Department has its job cut out for it and has to move methodically, move slowly to make sure that when there's an arrest, it's also prosecutable. So very important for the Sheriff's Department to take its time and do what's right, but it doesn't do anything to lower the temperature of fear.
So talk about social media in a case like this and how that plays into an investigation in terms of the amount of information and disinformation. I was away last week and I came back and I was looking at some of the stories and the comments and all of the things on social media. It's all over the place.
Well, this has sparked tremendous conversation. And as I look at social media as an investigative tool, I look at outbound messaging. In other words, law enforcement agencies go out and ask for the public's help. If you have any information, contact us, no matter how insignificant you think it is. But then also the incoming information, right? And so there's a lot of information that comes in. This is a worldwide story. Investigators have to sift through what's authentic, what people think is authentic, and then frankly disinformation. And it's quite a job to stitch it all together and identify the data trends and the informational trends so they can help solve the case. The third piece is the conversation that occurs in monitoring open source data so that you can glean information that will help you in your investigation.
You say that the Sheriff's Department is in a unique situation because they have to manage this. It's a secluded crime scene. Not a lot of people will know what was at that crime scene. So they have to be careful about what they'll put out there so that they can glean information about who really knows what based on that crime scene.
In this case, there's information that only the killer knows, right? And for them to put that information out publicly would really disrupt the integrity of the investigation. So it's an investigative tool to withhold information and make sure that anybody that comes forward who may accidentally cross that boundary and know things they should know because it was not in the court of public opinion will certainly raise the eyebrow of investigators. And so, again, it's a fine line between the public's right to know and preserving the integrity of the investigation, which, by the way, is the most important thing. So, number one, somebody can be held accountable and prosecuted ultimately. And number two, so that the family in this case, this horrible tragedy, that they at a certain point have closure.
All right, Rob, thank you so much. Good information.
My pleasure.
All right, well, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast on this muggy hot day.
That's exactly right, Patrice. We're going to be keeping the temperatures up there today, that humidity as well. So the frizz factor is going to be in full effect. That hair, just don't even worry about it today. We're also tracking the potential for a couple of pop-up showers and a few thunderstorms as well. More of those storms rolling through. Not for all of us, but I'll show you that future scan in just a moment to see exactly who is going to see some of that storm activity picking up. Right now, you can kind of see that mugginess out there from our Towson camera, and our temperatures have not cooled down. Notice on the right side of your screen, most of us are in the 70s this hour, 76 in Towson. Dew point at 74 degrees, and dew points today are going to stay in that gross or even nasty category with plenty of humidity hanging around into the afternoon as well. So here's a look at our HD radar. Had that area of low pressure and that cold front that moving its way through the area. So we had a couple of those thunderstorms yesterday afternoon and evening kind of along the front, and now the front is kind of stalling out. It's going to be moving to the south and to the east as we head toward the afternoon. That will initiate a few more storms, which is why the Storm Prediction Center does have the entire area under a marginal risk for severe weather, 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. Let's take a look at that future scan. So this is through 10 o'clock this morning. We're dry. We'll keep a few clouds here and there, definitely muggy. Right about 2 p.m. is when we'll start to see a few of those showers and pop-up thunderstorms. And look how they're starting. They go from the southwest and they kind of ride right up to the northeast. 3 o'clock hour, we'll see a couple of more of those storms up for Columbia to Baltimore City up into Bel Air. And you'll see those continue up to Hartford and Cecil County for that 4 o'clock hour, but kind of riding right along that 95 corridor, even in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour, a few more showers and thunderstorms. So we're not quite done with the rain yet. All of that should be out of here by about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank.
Wait, what the fuck?
Whoa. Did you hear Hank the Bird? He's into Parliament Funkadelic? I didn't realize he was a P-Funk guy. Holy cow. All right, Hank, you got to wait. Next hour, we're going to have Parliament Funkadelic in studio. So your sprinkler cast, I'll go ahead and keep the sprinklers off, especially if you're going to get some of that rain, because we are seeing more of that coming through the day today. Mid to upper 80s and a few lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today in the above average category. Same thing for you out there in Hartford and Cecil counties. You'll see those numbers in the mid to upper 80s as well. And real quick, your countdown to your bus stop forecast, 13 days for Baltimore City and County, Hartford and Howard and Anne Arundel County. And 3 weeks from today, we get back at it for Carroll County. That's your bus stop forecast. Queen Anne's and Talbot County also in 13 days and just 21 days until Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County get back at it for your bus stop forecast. 91 today, upper 80s tomorrow, will be about 90 on Thursday. Drying out nicely. This weekend looks spectacular. We're going to see some drier air, especially on Saturday. Temperatures in the upper 80s, so feeling pretty good. Got to get through some of those storms, though, today.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the events happening in our area today.
Starting this morning at 9, Prince George's County Executive Angela Also Brooks will be hosting an event to provide an update on her U.S. Senate race alongside leaders from Montgomery County that will take place at the Silver Spring Civic Building at Veterans Plaza.
Then at 11 a.m., Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, Maryland Comptroller Brooke Learman, and other state leaders will introduce a new class of the Chesapeake Conservation and Climate Corps. That's all happening at the Chesapeake Bay Environmental Center in Graysonville.
Finally, this afternoon, Ravens will be hosting their second joint practice with the Washington Commanders. They will take place at the Under Armour Performance Center right in Owings Mills.
Well, this group right here gives a whole new meaning to the term throw like a girl. How Under Armour and the Ravens are stepping up and supporting girls' flag football teams across the state.
And the Players on Air Junior Player production of Suzical Jr. is happening this weekend. We'll talk to the producers and everybody involved coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:24, and we are heading over to the jungle of Newell, where the naysayers neigh and the cast members rule.
I love it. Mark Clark live at Hampstead with all the details on the upcoming performance of Seussical Jr. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. And you know, the big story here is Justin, who's been working with the young people for the last, I don't know, a week and a half, doesn't have any gray hair. Look at that. 60-plus young people with Seussical Jr. And look at you. You look fresh and young and ready to go. What can we expect for this production?
Yeah, so Seussical features over 60 kids from our community between 3rd and 8th grade. And the show is a combination of all of your favorite Dr. Seuss stories. So we have The Cat in the Hat, Horton Hears a Who, Gertrude McFuzz, we have Maisie LeBird, we have The Sour Kangaroo, and all of your favorite, different stories coming to life right here on the stage. It's a really magical show, it's a really great experience, and everyone will have a really awesome time.
So, okay, Justin, now, what's your, there's so many great ones. I know my favorite. What's your favorite?
My favorite is definitely The Cat in the Hat.
The Cat in the Hat, okay.
He's crazy and messes things up and loves to cause trouble, and I do children's theater, so I'm right up there with him.
I know. So, guys, I know we all have our favorite. Megan's niece. Megan's niece is a part of the production. We're excited about that. Now, I know my favorite is probably Green Eggs and Ham, probably, but also Horton is not too far behind. Horton. Guys, I mean, this is going to be magical. You can imagine it's going to be a great performance, but I mean, a great time also. What are your favorites, guys?
I mean, original Cat in the Hat is great.
I mean, exactly what Justin was saying right there.
Right. I remember reading that over and over to Naomi growing up. We knew all the words by heart, so good times. All right. I can't wait to see him in action. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
That's going to be good. All right. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, it's a mild start to our morning, but we could see some isolated showers and storms later this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the potential ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Former Commander-in-Chief is being called back to court after the break. Reaction from both sides of the aisle on Trump's indictment connected to the 2020 election. 7:26, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 7:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and former President Donald Trump and 18 of his allies have less than 2 weeks to surrender after a late-night indictment out of Georgia.
Megan Gillen at our live center with reaction now pouring in from both sides. And what happens now, Megan?
A lot going on here this morning, guys. If convicted, these new charges of election interference have a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 to 20 years. And guys, some believe these new charges could be the most problematic yet. I want to take you live to the White House here this morning, where even if former President Trump is elected next year, these charges are shielded from presidential pardon power or even from a friendly Justice Department withdrawing prosecution. The former president's rivals for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination now weighing in. A lot of reaction coming in this morning. One of the first to release a statement just hours ago, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, a vocal Trump critic, now calling this, quote, another day of challenge for our democracy. Over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump's disqualified actions disqualified him from ever serving as president again. Those words are more true today than ever before. Vivek Ramaswamy, a staunch Trump ally, also reacting, saying, quote, here we go again. Another disastrous Trump indictment. Now, on the other side of the aisle, we've got more reaction. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton calling it a terrible moment for our country, adding the only satisfaction may be that the system is working, justice is being pursued. And one more for you. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying this case, quote, portrays a repeated pattern of criminal activity by former President Trump. Now, the Trump campaign, meantime, calling all of this politically motivated. I want to take you live now this morning to the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia. Just outside here, you can see we've got police presence out there. There are barricades blocking the entrance to that courtroom. Those charges were filed there hours ago, marking the fourth criminal indictment that Trump is now facing, in addition to more than half a dozen civil lawsuits. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center on what's happening outside the courthouse as this develops here today and in the weeks and months to come. Tom, Patrice?
All right, Megan, thank you. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now and talk about bad hair days.
Yeah, frizzy air for sure today because we'll have the heat and humidity once again. You can see that sun that's out there right now shining over the Towson region. We are tracking the potential for a few more showers and a couple of thunderstorms. 70s across the board here, even almost 80 degrees already in Salisbury this morning. So temperatures did not come down overnight. Get that yard work done early because it's going to heat up this afternoon. Upper 80s and lower 90s on your yard and gardening casts, and possibly some more rain showers for some of you as well. So we do keep that chance for storms for the afternoon today. Wednesday and Thursday, much drier. Actually a little cooler tomorrow, and you'll feel that drier air. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network as we take a live look at the traffic map and some of the cameras around the region. Traffic moving smoothly. No issues to report on this Tuesday morning.
As transparency and leadership problems mount at the Maryland State Department of Education, the state school board must soon vote on who will lead the troubled department into the future.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Peps explains, that vote could be just days away, but public officials like Governor Wes Moore have yet to weigh in publicly.
On Tuesday, August 22nd, the Maryland State Board of Education is set to meet to discuss who will lead the Maryland State Department of Education for the next 4 years. Current Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry's contract expires in June. If Chaudhry gets a new contract, that must be finalized by the end of September, meaning this body must soon decide if he stays or is replaced.
We did not.
State leaders, including Governor Wes Moore, have yet to publicly weigh in on the issue, though earlier this year, the governor did voice concerns.
The fact that there is not the level of coordination between the Department of Education and the governor's office is something that needs to be fixed. It's something that needs to be addressed.
Over the past 6 months, the superintendent has found himself mired in controversy, which began in February. January, when Project Baltimore analyzed 2022 state testing data and found 23 Baltimore City schools where 0 students tested scored proficient in math. Following that report, MSDE changed how it reports test results to the public, making less information available to parents and taxpayers about how public schools are performing.
Mr. Chaudhary.
In April, when we first tried to speak with the superintendent about that decision,
about your department.
he locked himself behind a door.
Go to the website.
When the state testing data was changed, the public and many state officials were not informed, including Governor Wes Moore. In April, Fox 45 asked him about it.
Where it is an independent body, it's an independent structure, and while we respect that, we also understand that we've got to do better when it comes to being able to present accountable, transparent results in our public education system.
Who's taking responsibility for all these glaring leadership failings?
But it's not just Governor Moore who has concerns. Former MSDE employees like Robert Eccles have spoken publicly, challenging Chaudhary's leadership style.
Transformational leaders actually lead people and don't disparage them. They invite feedback and can take criticism without retaliation.
Project Baltimore has also spoken with other former MSDE employees who say under Chaudhary, a toxic workplace culture has developed.
I do not believe that this is the person that should be leading our state into the future.
And then there's this. In April, Project Baltimore filed a public records request asking for emails and text messages sent and received by the superintendent from January to March, the time frame when the state changed how it publicly reports test scores. From that request, we learned the superintendent uses a secondary email account to conduct state business. At first, MSDE hid the email addresses behind a redaction. When Fox 45 challenged the legality of that redaction, the state removed the black, exposing the superintendent's hidden account.
Oh, he's got, redacted emails and a burner account? I mean, to me, this is fireable.
To me, Annapolis state legislators should be concerned about this.
But that's not all. We also learned from our records request of 98 text messages deleted from the superintendent's phone, a possible violation of state laws.
If someone willfully deletes a public record, it's a crime, and they can go to jail for up to 3 years. So it's a very serious violation of the law here in Maryland if that was done.
Project Baltimore sent an email to Governor Moore asking if he supports the state board renewing Superintendent Chaudhary's contract, which could happen as soon as next Tuesday. The governor's office told Project Baltimore they are aware of Fox 45's reporting and are monitoring the situation. Though at this time, the governor's office has no comment. The State Board of Education on Monday sent Fox 45 a lengthy email concerning how it's responding to the 98 text messages on the state superintendent's phone that were deleted. We are still working our way through that email. We'll bring you an update in the coming days. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
An all too familiar sound on Baltimore City streets, why police didn't do more to stop the round of illegal drag racing.
For months, Baltimore homeowners have been fighting BGE's installation of external gas regulators. The hearing happening today that will keep that conversation going.
We're starting off the morning mild and cloudy. Coming up after the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know we can expect some showers to move through this afternoon. 7:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40, a mild start to our morning, but we could see some isolated showers and storms later today.
And meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now, tracking the timing for a second day in a row now with some summer storms.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, we were weather alert yesterday. Not enough for a weather alert today, but there are going to be a few storms heading into the afternoon. Looking great over Camden Yards right now. Boys will be back there in Birdland next Tuesday night. So they're still gone for a week, that West Coast road trip, and hopefully they can keep those wins coming. We're still at 3 games up on Tampa Bay for first place. There's the out the door cast, sunglasses and the umbrella. Just kind of have it in case you see some of those showers and storms. Not all of us will get the rain, but either way, there's going to be some of those heavier downpours we could see for the afternoon. Out for a run or a jog, mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours, so you're already getting your sweat on. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a closer look at that 7-day forecast. Think you're going to like what you'll see, not only tomorrow, but especially this upcoming weekend. Patrice?
All right, Justin, get ready to give up the funk.
That Funkadelic right there.
In our 8 o'clock hours, members of George Clinton's Parliament Funkadelic and other Baltimore-based musicians, they're going to take you straight to Funky Town. I don't know if that's Bootsy right there, but they're getting the funk set up.
That's right. And Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters. Coming up after the break, we're joined by Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman with what parents and guardians should know before the first day of class. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. At 7:45 in Anne Arundel Public Schools, well, they start in 2 weeks with a split start for certain grades. One priority for the county is being blueprint compliant, meaning parents and guardians will see some changes this year. Well, joining us to explain some of those changes, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman. Good morning, Executive.
Morning, Tom. Good to be here.
Yeah, so we have a start coming up in 2 weeks, and it's really for college and career ready. That's one of the main focuses, 3 prongs on this approach, and they need to be college ready and career ready by 10th grade. What will that do for parents and their students maybe entering into not only just 10th grade, but really all the way down to 1st grade?
Yeah, well, I mean, I first just want to say how excited everybody in the school system is that, the new teachers are doing orientation right now and next week, and it's an exciting time for everybody. We're in better shape coming back. We've got way more teachers hired than we did last year, way more bus drivers hired. So we think it's going to be a smoother start than last year. But yeah, the career readiness program is something that the Blueprint folks came up with, the state people who looked around the world and saw that other countries really were engaging students. Some of us did when we were kids, where you get a vision of what you want to do with your life, a career. So we've got these career coaches being hired. They're going to be coming first into the middle schools and making sure that students are exposed to what their future career could be. The hope being that then they engage and have a reason to study.
Yeah, and this is something, though, it's a little bit different. I mean, this is not an aptitude test by any means. This is just a conversation to have students see kind of what their interests are like and then steer them instead of saying, okay, their junior year, what college do you want to go to? What do you want to major in? This is something that starts way before that and does it. What kind of cost, then, is this when you say you're bringing in more staff in college readiness, people that are personnel that are ready to help students?
Well, this was $5 million that we put into our budget this year, and the hiring has been going on. It's interesting. They're hiring them from our Workforce Development Corporation, and they'll work for them, and they'll be embedded into the schools, and they'll be working with the business community to provide opportunities for students to connect with the business world out there in the county.
Executive Pittman, I know that you touched on it a little bit better with buses and better with teachers. Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters. We've been talking with every county executive about the need for bus drivers. I know Anne Arundel County, as you said, was desperate last year. Where are we now, say, percentage-wise, of bus drivers and teachers?
Well, last year we were short 64 bus drivers. This year we're short 14 at this. Last year we were short 351 teachers. This year it's 224. I mean, part of the big change was what we did in our budget this year. Anne Arundel County was actually ranked 19th out of 24 counties in Maryland for starting teacher pay. This year we're ranked 4th because of what we did with the budget. New superintendent that's really inspired teachers and others to want to come work in this district. And so I think that's part of it. That's why we're doing better. Maybe the market's doing a little better on hiring as well. But we're really aggressively trying to inspire people to be part of educating these kids, and it seems to be working.
All right, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman, and again, reminding parents that are out there for Anne Arundel County, split start. What's it, 1st through 5th, 6th, and 9th graders starting on the 28th, and then everybody comes back Tuesday the 29th. So just a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, excited.
Thank you.
7:48 is your time right now, and those bus stop forecasts are coming as well. We talked about that in our countdown as we are your back-to-school station. Sorry about that. Drop the little clicker thing. I need it. All right, I think it still works. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. A little steamy out there right now, and that's how it's going to be today. Our muggy meter with that current dew point straight up in that soupy category, however you want to call it. We're at 74 degrees, and we're going to keep the dew points in the 70s today, which means we have the heat and humidity that we've got to deal with here. This cold front that sparked a few of those thunderstorms yesterday is going to do the same thing today. It's going to be moving farther to the east and to the south, and along that front is where more of those showers and storms will develop. The Storm Prediction Center does have most of our area under at least a marginal risk for severe weather, so that's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but some of those storms could dump some heavy rain at times. This is through 10 a.m. on our hourly future scan. Notice we have the cloud cover that is out there, and then as we get near about 2, 3 o'clock, you're going to start to see a few of those showers and storms start to build up, especially between about 3 p.m. This is the latest model run, puts it right over Baltimore City, where we could see some heavier downpours, could see some gusty wind as well. Into that 4 o'clock hour, a couple of those spotty storms, and notice how they move kind of right along the 95 corridor. So a lot of you west of 95 probably won't see much today, but still those spotty showers and storms last off and on into the evening tonight before moving out of here. So next hour, we're going to see those numbers in the upper 70s on your MetroCast day planner. Numbers through noon will be in the upper 80s, and we're on our way to the upper 80s and even lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour with a couple more of those showers and storms. Upper 80s, lower 90s across central Maryland for your high temperatures. And if you're heading down the ocean today, probably There'll be some storms later this afternoon with a high of 85, but Wednesday and Thursday look great as we see temperatures right near that 80-degree mark. And in honor of Parliament Funkadelic coming in next hour, we've got 39 days till fall begins. I'm gonna drink a PSL September 1st.
That was pretty awesome.
I made that up right there. Like,
well done.
All right, all right. PSLs are coming, y'all. Can't stop it. You can't stop it. Oh, we already got some of the Funkadelic right in here, right? I see some people already getting set. I love it. 91 today, upper 80s tomorrow, right about 90 on Thursday. And then notice we keep those temperatures near or above average, but drying out nicely, especially for this upcoming weekend. T-Funk, what you got for the commute?
Oh, you got a little funk out on the roads right now. In fact, you may want to start listening to some music and get your list going here, because you can see disabled vehicle. This is Elk Ridge. It's really backed all the way up, though, south of the city. And you were backed up for quite some time because of this little fender bender that happened before and is now causing some delays if you're traveling. There's actually some gaper delay too, southbound, but this is northbound 95 south of Elk Ridge. Then there's also an incident in Bell Camp that was causing some slowdowns. You know, that construction zone right before Mountain Road. Well, that is now cleared up, so you can see some good news there. We're showing you some of the footage there. They cleared that up, and it looks like you were moving there. So some bad news south of the city, positive news north of the city, all on 95.
7:52. Take a look at this. Girls flag football teams in Maryland are getting fresh new uniforms courtesy of the Ravens and Under Armour.
The apparel company collaborating with student athletes to create designs that they wanted.
Well, there will be 10 teams in this year's inaugural season in Frederick County. And for players and coaches, it's all about growing the game.
We're the face of we're the face of a new movement, you know? We're going to be an inspiration for younger girls. We're going to be an inspiration for all these people around us. And it's just so incredible to be a part of this. And we're going to go down in history forever.
It's a great experience. I'm really excited to see that it's now taken to the next level. A lot of girls have started in rec like me, and it's just taken to a whole new level.
Seeing the smiles on all the girls coming out here, knowing that they have opportunities for the first time that have never been there is big.
Now, the athletes also got a tour of the Ravens Performance Center and behind-the-scenes training camp access. Now, the latest on the Women's World Cup, Spain beating Sweden in the Women's World Cup semifinals this morning, and they will advance to their first ever World Cup finale.
Tomorrow morning, Australia will play England, with the winner advancing to play Spain in the finals. You can catch the game at 6 a.m. on Fox 45, and we will air on the CW until the game is over, and then we'll move back to Fox 45 once the game has ended.
It's Amber and yeah!
I love the two different reactions from those sisters right there. Two Baltimoreans taking home the top prize in the Crime Scene Kitchen. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, the winners will be joining us live right here in studio, frying up some praline stuffed beignet.
And taking a live look over the beaches in the south of Italy, where thousands of people, it's not working, but they're soaking up the sun and unwinding. Why you have every right to relax today, even if you're not on a beach.
One way to start off the day perfectly, inside with some AC and sipping on some coffee.
While we listen to some P-Funk.
That's right. We've got to get some P-Funk going. Coming up on 8 o'clock at 7:57 and trending now, you can just sit back, relax, because today is National Relaxation Day.
Okay.
Kick your feet up, right? Yeah, that feels good.
Oh, well, this day reminds people to take a break and find time to unwind in order to avoid burnout.
Yeah, doctors say making time for relaxation can decrease stress and improve your health. Activities that you can do to celebrate today include reading a book, taking a walk along a beach, maybe just sitting back and watching Fox 45 all day.
That beach shot looks really nice right there, though.
Not bad.
All right, well, we've got a mild start to the morning, but can we expect some rain this afternoon? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the potential ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And with the Coppermine Pantherplex this morning, coming up a sneak preview of Suzical Jr. Oh, yeah. Did I say that right? That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Former President
For months, Baltimore homeowners have been fighting BGE's installation of external gas regulators. That debate will likely continue at a hearing today. Coming up next, all of the details.
Illegal street racers once again hitting the roads, this time at this busy North Baltimore intersection. Just ahead, why police didn't intervene.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 15th. There is a buzz in the studio right now. A lot going on this morning.
The Parliament Funkadelic in the house performing live in just a few minutes, so you want to stick around for that. Look at them getting set up. We have a legit band set in studio.
We should have that all the time. That should be, you know, like the late night talk shows.
I love it.
We should do that too.
It's our house band.
Welcome back. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. And on top of all of that, my daughter's 7th birthday. Happy birthday, Cece.
Happy birthday,
Yay.
Cece. And on top of that, We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers.
What a day.
I mean, how do you top that?
We need a house band. That'd be awesome. Every day would be awesome for our show. Good morning to all of you. And yeah, it is definitely a sticky start to your morning. It's already mild and muggy. We got a lot of the sun that's out there. But again, you can kind of see that haze from our Towson camera at this time. And if you stepped outside at all, you already know it's warm. Check these numbers. Mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. 79 in Annapolis, 74 in Laurel. We're going to be in the 80s before you know it. So a mild and muggy morning. Watch for some more showers and thunderstorms that we'll be tracking as we head into the afternoon, and then we start drying out by tomorrow. But should slide into those 80s by about 9 a.m. We'll be in the mid to upper 80s through the course of the middle part of the day and topping out in the lower 90s for this afternoon. So we do have more storms to get through for the later part of the afternoon and into the evening time. I'll track that and let you know exactly where some of those storms are expected to hit coming up in a few.
Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, not too bad, but we do have an incident we want to let you know about. This is in Elk Ridge. We've been hearing about major slowdowns. At least we're moving right now. That's the good news. This is 95 northbound at Maryland 100. If you usually head out that way, you might want to avoid it. You can see on the left-hand side, it's definitely slow, a lot of volume, something to keep in mind. We do have breaking news as a Georgia district attorney announces new indictments against former President Trump.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we're learning about the charges. Tom?
Yeah, taking you right now to Fulton County Courthouse. This is where it's going to unfold, and you can see the barricades and the press media quarantined to this section of the street. This time, it's over allegations trying to overturn the contested 2020 election results. The charges against former President Trump made public just hours ago. They include racketeering, conspiracy, making false statements in a late-night press conference. Fulton County's district attorney, Fannie Willis, saying that Trump and 18 co-conspirators have until noon Friday, August 25th to turn themselves in. And we're getting word this morning some of the other charged include former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, Trump campaign firing back, releasing a statement, writing in part, "These activities by Democrat leaders constitute a grave threat to American democracy and are direct attempts to deprive the American people of their rightful choice to cast their vote for president. Call it election interference or election manipulation. It is a dangerous effort by the ruling class to suppress the choice of the people. It's un-American and wrong." Well, Willis already hitting back.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Now, Willis said she will submit a timeline proposal within a week, asking for the trial to take place within the next 6 months, meaning that would be during the presidential campaign season. Ultimately, the judge will decide that. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Happening today, the Maryland Public Service Commission is holding a public hearing on BGE gas regulator installation in Baltimore.
Baltimore homeowners have spent months fighting BGE's installation of those external regulators.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live here in studio with what is in store for today's hearing. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. The hearing is happening at 10 this morning, and it comes after hundreds of people have joined a class action lawsuit against BGE for installing the new external regulators. Now, the lawsuit alleges the regulators are unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. But BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. Earlier this month, homeowners received a sign of support from City Hall when Councilman Eric Costello announced plans to propose legislation that would ban external regulators citywide. A BGE representative pushed back, saying that relocating the regulators from inside to outside the homes is safer for its customers, but some residents disagree.
People hit regulators with bikes, with scooters, with baseball bats. We're just one TikTok video away from a catastrophic trend in Baltimore.
This has never been about safety. This has always been about profits and bullying, and simply put, BGE thought that they had free reign over Baltimore City.
Again, the hearing starts at 10 this morning. And of course, you can find the latest developments on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, illegal street racing early Sunday morning put drivers in danger and left residents just frustrated, woken up by the noise. Now, the dangerous driving happened at the intersection of Mount Royal Avenue and North Avenue, a heavy traffic area right near I-83.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at how police responded. Shannon.
Well, neighbors tell us, Megan and Patrice, this was like watching a scene out of a Fast and Furious movie with drivers recklessly spinning out. And the evidence here speaks for itself. Notice you can still see those skid marks there in the roadway. This all happening early in the morning, Sunday around 2 a.m. And residents say it went on for at least an hour. Now some are questioning why police didn't stop the commotion sooner.
There was just a lot of tire screeching.
It sounded like there was just like a continuous revving.
It was just a lot more excessive on Saturday night.
They called and they did not do anything. They just sat right by the intersection with their lights on.
Now, police, however, paint a different picture, saying officers arrived less than 10 minutes after getting the call, but the scene was clear. But remember, this activity is very much illegal. Late last year, Mayor Brandon Scott signed a new law carrying a $1,000 fine or 1 year in jail for incidents like these. However, proof of whether or not police are truly enforcing this law has yet to be seen. Again, another live look at these skid marks here in the roadway. Our teams asked police for the number of fines and arrests that police have made since this law took effect for this kind of activity, and we're still waiting on those numbers. Reporting live in North Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And we are waking up with the Parliament Funkadelic here this morning. Coming up, a live performance you do not want to miss. They're getting things set up right now. It's 8:09. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Moments ago, Spain beat Sweden in the Women's World Cup semifinals, and they are now advancing to their first ever World Cup final.
Tomorrow morning, Australia will play England, with the winner advancing to play Spain in the finals. We're getting to the end of this. You can catch that game at 6 a.m. on Fox 45.
Baltimore residents voicing concerns about safety amid a violent summer. How city leaders are seeking your feedback about the next leader of BPD.
And a high-speed car chase involving young people has people talking about the city's juvenile justice laws. Up next, an expert weighs in on those laws and how they're impacting crime in Baltimore. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Just days ago, a high-speed car chase in Baltimore City stemming from a stolen car in Baltimore County. The suspects, 4 young kids between the ages of 11 and 14. They were all apprehended, but the 11-year-old was let go because of their age. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on this. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Mari, because of Maryland's Juvenile Justice Reform Act, that 11-year-old could not be charged. Do you think this needs to be changed?
Well, absolutely. We've been talking about this for more than a year, Megan. And when you have a General Assembly who's going to enact laws that care more about protecting criminals rather than victims, this is what you get. We saw this coming down the road, and now, unfortunately, we're seeing terrible results, and it's going to get worse.
Mari, what is the answer? When you look at 11-year-old kids, is putting them in jail the place to go? Is finding resources? What do you do?
Well, it's a combination of all those things. It's also having strong families, which we don't have. But you start with the basics. There has to be accountability for breaking the law. So the very first step if they were serious about fixing it, is repealing the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Interrogation Act, and go back to the basics.
Let's start with the Juvenile Justice Act first. When you say removing it, would that mean that any kid of any age could face charges?
No, there's always a basic minimum. Sometimes.
That's what I'm wondering. What would that minimum be? What do you think is an appropriate age?
Well, you know, it can be as young as 9 years, but once again, it's on an individual basis. That child has to understand the difference between right or wrong before they're charged. So, you know, all this talk about, you know, throwing kids in jail and all this stuff, it's never really happened. You know, you've got, unfortunately, a radical element that believes that criminals are the victims and victims are just collateral damage, and they just don't care.
Well, Mari, we didn't get a chance to talk about the Child Interrogation Protection Act. I know you mentioned it. Maybe we can chat about that next week, and we appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Well, it's 8:18 now, and we need to get another check of the forecast. Do you feel the forecast in your hair?
I feel the funk.
Well, that too. I don't think that's caused by the weather, though.
The Parliament Funkadelic. I mean,
do you want me to get the flashlight out?
No, it's flat.
Flashlight.
Yes, I'm with you there.
Are we a little excited? We're fangirling.
You did a good job when you sang over there a while ago. I was impressed.
I
was impressed.
Can they play me over to my weather?
I don't know.
They're practicing.
Can you guys play me over to my weather? Just like a little weather walk song? Come on, give me a little.
You got a little tune
I'm gonna
for
walk
him?
to the weather.
He's like, what?
Nothing? Oh, they're not ready yet. All right. Put them on the spot. Put them on the spot. All right, it's all good. We'll get to them. Beautiful shot here this morning. We do have some clouds kind of hanging around right now, that sun that is out there, and it is going to be a steamy day, no doubt about that. So we've got the cold front that passed through yesterday, and it's kind of hanging out right here. It's going to be continuing to move off toward the south and to the east as well as we get into the afternoon. That's going to fire up the potential for a couple of more storms. So we actually still have a marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5 across the region today. We will have an update from SPC coming up at 9 o'clock, so we'll see if that changes, but it's going to be kind of spotty for those storms. I mean, through 10 a.m. we're dry, but watch what happens as we get to that 2, 3 o'clock hour. You're going to start to see a little bit of those buildups south of Gaithersburg, moving right through Laurel and into Baltimore City. And the way this is playing out, about 3 p.m., could see a pretty good downpour right over Baltimore City, moving out to the county and out toward Harford County in that 4 o'clock hour. And notice how it kind of hangs right along I-95. So basically, areas west and east of that may not see anything, and then we'll just get these storms that are kind of tracking right up the freeway all the way up into the northeast. But it's going to be all done here by about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, so really no issues for that. So golfers hitting the links today in our forecast. 82 by 9 a.m. We'll be in the upper 80s through noontime and into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And remember, if you hear those thunderstorms, you got to get in off the course. Upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps today. Lower 90s for you, Baltimore City down through Dundalk. Upper 80s as well for Ellicott City and Elkridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So those numbers are going to be in that above average category. And same thing goes for you, Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean today, 85 in Ocean City. Now, we're a little drier and cooler tomorrow, upper 80s on Wednesday, right to about 90 on Thursday, and then things really looking good as we head into this upcoming weekend.
Junior production of Seussical Jr. Oh, they're getting ready. We're going to have a live sneak peek coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
From Horton to Wickersham to Gertrude McFuzz, this musical will transport you out of this world.
Mark Clark live in Hampstead with the musical performance of Seussical Jr.
That's right. Music director Rachel joins us, and we're going to get just a sneak peek, a sneak peek, and maybe later on we'll get more. But so, Rachel, it's going down this weekend. Are the kids excited about this?
Oh my gosh, the kids are so excited. We're so excited to give you guys a little sneak peek of Seussical Jr. here at the Pantherplex in Hampstead.
Awesome.
We have shows Saturday and Sunday at 1 p.m. this weekend.
Can we get a little bit, just a little?
Oh, of course.
Right, let's do it.
Here we have Iris as JoJo and Zeke as Horton singing Alone in the Universe.
Little friend, no one else could have things such as ours. Yes, I have wings. I can fly. Round the moon and far beyond the sky. You called my name and you set me free. One small voice in the universe. One true friend in the universe. Who believes in me? Good night, JoJo.
Good night, Horton. See you in Solace Loyal.
Oh, that's going to be very cute.
Beautiful.
Yes.
They have some amazing talent out there. Mark, I mean, almost bring a tear to your eye.
All right.
I know. I mean, that's great television, man. That's awesome.
And at 9 o'clock, I know more kids are going to be there, so we're going to see even more of this performance. We'll
All
put
right,
more
sounds
information
good.
on the website, too, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, two local business owners win a life-changing prize for their delicious delicacies in our 9 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to the winners of Crime Scene Kitchen.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Yeah, I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers normally is the loudest one in the studio, by far. No doubt about that.
He's top
blown
today.
away because there's a group in here, and they're getting funky this morning.
And they just did a little practice run in commercial, and you got to stick around. Coming up in about 15 minutes, live performance from the Parliament Funkadelic.
Grammy Lifetime Achievement Group here in studio with Fox 45. Just amazing. Yeah.
Big deal. All right, Justin, top that.
I have an Emmy, but that's about it. So.
You do have an Emmy. That's right. Congratulations.
It's all good. But yeah, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, too. That's awesome. And we can't wait to hear more of their jams. Our downtown Baltimore camera right now. We do have the cloud cover that's kind of hanging around. That sun is poking through, though. It is definitely muggy and mild. So boaters and watermen, ahoy! If you're going to be out there for your captain's cast today, west wind about 5 to 10 knots. We are tracking those storms after about 3 or 4 o'clock. They're probably going to put out those special marine warnings. So I'd say later in the afternoon and evening, make sure to be careful and maybe not be on the water. Check the skies for those storms rolling in, or your Fox 45 mobile weather app. 91 for our high today. Now tomorrow, a lot drier, calmer conditions, a little bit cooler, and we keep the dry weather through Thursday as well. We're going to be tracking a pretty nice weekend that's around the corner. We'll talk more about that coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Accident 95 North in Elk Ridge has been moved to the left shoulder, still causing some delays. You see it on the left side of that video that we're showing you right there. That's the delays. That's going northbound. Camera's pointing southbound right here through that area. There's also one right now, 695's outer loop right near York Road, right in Towson area. That's causing some delays moving around the area, and that's got you backed up all the way through Kearney because of those two vehicles that are on the right shoulder now. As transparency and leadership problems mount at the Maryland State Department of Education, the state school board must soon vote on who will lead the department into the future.
That vote could be just days away, but public officials like Governor Wes Moore have yet to publicly weigh in. Joining us now to talk more about that vote is Project Baltimore's Chris Papps. Chris, good morning.
Morning. Everybody seems to be pretty silent on this, and over the past 6 months, the state superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry, this man has really been involved in a pretty significant scandal that starts with the 23 schools in Baltimore City that Project Baltimore first exposed that have 0 students proficient in math. The state takes down the state test scores, reposts them about 5 weeks later, and had changed the data so we can no longer see how these schools are doing. Chaudhry, under the MSDE, Maryland State Department of Education, doesn't tell the public, doesn't tell state leaders he's doing this, locks himself behind a door when we try to ask him about it at a state school board meeting. Then we file these public records requests, and we find deleted text messages, hidden email accounts that Chaudhry is using, and we also find that there are redactions that weren't supposed to be there. Project Baltimore, Fox 45 challenges the state, said this is not legal. They unredact them, and we see these slews of emails that are coming out. There's a lot going on here. It's kind of hard to even keep up if you're a casual viewer or someone who casually pays attention to the news. But there's a lot of things that are building up here. And on Tuesday, the State Board of Education could vote on offering him a new contract that would give him 4 more years to be the state superintendent. And we're just got to sit back and wait and see what's going on.
Yeah, it seems like, Chris, that's why the politicians that are not weighing in, because they're going to try and, I guess, wait and see what the others on the board may have to say about this. Maybe then we'll hear from them. But still, I know you spoke with a lawyer here on this, too, and we're talking about the redactions. We're also talking about the other email account and then deleted text messages. What's the worst offense out of all of them, or are they all equally as bad?
Well, as far as the legality of it, the text message aspect is a violation of state law. So, and that's a good question, Tom, because there is so much going on here. But on April 10th, we filed our public records request for the emails and text messages sent and received by the state superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry. At that moment, there should have been a hold on all the information that we requested. Now, this is not a Fox 45 Project Baltimore thing. This is the state law. If anybody requests information from the Maryland Public Information Act, there should be a hold on that. Well, there wasn't a hold on it. MSDE never did it. So within 30 days, of our request, there were about 13 text messages that were sent by Mohammed Chaudhry or received by Mohammed Chaudhry that no longer exist. There should have been an immediate hold on them so that they could be read by us. The state didn't do that. Those text messages are gone. So that would be the most egregious thing, Tom. That is a violation of state law, and we're going to have more on that in the coming days.
All right, Chris Papps will be watching for Tuesday, too. Thank you. In a city in crisis amid a violent summer, Baltimore residents are voicing their concerns about safety.
Yeah, Mayor Brandon Scott, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley held their third public comment meeting. This is the first one in person.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the message from the public and your city leaders. Shannon.
Well, crime is terrible. That's what some people are saying, Megan and Tom, about the state of the city. And it comes as leaders continue to seek your input about the man who will likely become the leader of the Baltimore Police Department. Right now, Richard Worley is serving as the acting police commissioner, awaiting for his confirmation. But before that can happen, these public hearings are taking place. And in last night's first in-person meeting, there were crowds that came out. Many were concerned about policing and crime.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We are a totally different department. We basically do not want to have any bad cops.
At the church, man, they can't worship down there. There's so much stuff going on. You know, I chase people off the steps myself, but you know, that's not my job. So, yeah, so we need to see some police.
I think Michelle's back there. She can link you right with your major, who can get that address and help you out and contact you and work to make sure that your people are coming to church safely and going home.
So that dialogue there all unfolded at the Lord's Church last night. The mayor calling the meetings an opportunity to discuss how best to build a safer Baltimore and to hear from residents about what they want to see from the city's commissioner. And for the mayor, it seems, guys, the top priority is to build public trust with this.
Shannon, was there any mention of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting?
There was. In fact, Worley, Megan, said really the same thing that he said in a previous city council hearing, where you'll remember he said that Baltimore police made mistakes and they are working to make sure that those mistakes don't happen again. Now, we know that there are several other opportunities for you to make your voice heard. The next town hall meeting is taking place exactly 1 week from today. So Tuesday evening at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center, and that's located in West Baltimore. Reporting live in North Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. A devastating wildfire continues to rage through the island of Maui. Up next, we're going to have details on FEMA's ongoing search and rescue operation.
We're tracking a few more storms this afternoon through the Maryland area. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your steamy forecast ahead. 8:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
FEMA now activating a sheltering assistance program to help residents forced out of their homes by the Hawaii wildfires.
At least 99 people have died on the island of Maui, and that toll could climb as search teams are sifting through the wreckage. FEMA says the search process is a challenge.
You have to understand the situation on the ground right now. It is extremely hazardous. There are structures that are partially standing that engineers have to clear first to make sure it's safe for the search and rescue teams to go into, make sure it's safe for the dogs to go into.
White House officials say there is no plan for President Biden to visit Hawaii at this time, but he's receiving continuous updates.
We've had record-breaking heat this summer, and that means student athletes will need to take some extra precautions when practices start up. We're going to let you know what you can do to keep your kids and teens healthy when you head back to school this season.
And Fox 45 gets the funk, the P-Funk. Coming up, we have a live performance by the Parliament Funk. .43 on this Tuesday morning. Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters with record-breaking heat this summer. You'll want to take some extra precautions, especially if your children play sports.
Campus Safety Magazine has a list of 10 tips for parents and coaches to help keep kids and teens healthy, both on and off the field.
I recommend scheduling practices and workouts early in the morning or late in the day to avoid the hottest times of the day. Reducing the intensity of the workouts to let athletes get used to the heat.
Makes sense. And encourage your kids to drink lots of water to avoid the heat-related illness. Coaches should incorporate warm-ups into practice time to help prevent injuries.
They also say plan frequent and longer breaks, ideally every 20 minutes, to give athletes time to drink fluids and rest in the shade.
And if possible, reduce the amount of heavy equipment that athletes wear in the extreme heat and encourage those lightweight clothes outside.
Have your children use the buddy system to encourage them to drink enough water and look out for their teammates.
And make sure you and your kids know the signs of heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke. Have an emergency plan in place with coaches in case athletes get sick or injured.
And finally, coaches should be trained in first aid and CPR, as they are often the first to respond in emergency situations.
Some good advice there. Remember, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Scan the QR code right there on your screen to check out all of the stories that we've posted so far. There's a lot of them there. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
Well, time now, 8:45, and we want to get right over to our meteorologist because we need to find out about the heat, not only in here and the heat and its intensity now, but also outside.
Yeah, and exactly right. I mean, talking about school, guys, as you mentioned, just kind of add to that, we're talking about your bus stop forecast. 13 days until Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties. 3 weeks from today is Carroll County, right after Labor Day, and then 13 days for you in Queen Anne's and Talbot County on the Eastern Shore. 3 weeks as well for Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County. We'll get that bus all shined up and ready to go. Maybe put some Daytons on it, drop some tinted windows. I don't know. 75 your temperature for your dew point today. That puts it close to that unbearable category. It is going to be a hot and steamy afternoon with all of that moisture still in place, but tomorrow quite a bit drier. So dew points are going to drop down to about Wednesday, to about 66 on Wednesday. And then notice Saturday, the dew point in the upper 50s. It's going to be a great day Saturday. Drier air, plenty of sunshine, and not tracking storms. Now, here's a look at that HD radar. This is the cold front that made its way close to us yesterday afternoon, prompted some of those storms, and it's just kind of hanging out right now. It's going to continue to track to the south over the next couple of hours, and along that frontal boundary is where we'll see the best chance for some pop-up showers and storms. We still have a marginal risk for severe weather, which is a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5 across the entire viewing area, and a slight risk for our friends on the Eastern Shore. Meanwhile, here's a look at our hourly future scan. You can see through about 10 a.m. We'll keep that cloud cover around, a few of those clouds here and there, and then at about 2, 3 o'clock, you'll start to see a few of those buildups here. By about 3 into the 4 o'clock hour, could see some heavy rain right over Baltimore City, moving up into Baltimore County and Harford County by about 4 p.m., back down toward Columbia and Laurel. But look how it's kind of right along 95. So some on the Eastern Shore and to the west won't see much of anything as these storms kind of roll right through. But this is going to be your evening commute, 5, 6 p.m., a few more of those storms that you may have to dodge. There's Hank the Bird right there. We want the funk. Again, Hank the Bird is a Parliament Funkadelic fan. Man, yeah, I can see him. I can see him with his, dreads and his big old hat and everything. All right, 89 by noon. We'll be in the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. 87 is typically where we are this time of year. We're in the middle of August right now, and it's going to feel like the middle of August with the mid to upper 80s and lower 90s here across the board. Also, if you're heading down the ocean today, we do have a chance for a couple of showers and thunderstorms there. But Wednesday and Thursday, great beach weather. Temperatures barely at 80 degrees. Overall, staying nice and dry as well. And we're going to see some pretty good weather around here, too. 89 on Wednesday, right about 90 Thursday. We'll keep those 80s going Friday. Saturday, 87 with less humidity. Should be a spectacular weekend here in Charm City. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Oh, my goodness. Look at this picture. This is sent in from Alan. And what other name would it be than Puff right there? So thank you, Alan, for sending that picture in. And we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
Yeah, just incredible. 77, 78. All right, catching time right now. We want the funk. It's time to boogie right here at Fox 45. Joining us, members of George Clinton's Parliament Funkadelic. With them, right there, Baltimore-based musicians, and we're ready to get down to Funky Town. In fact, we have some members joining us here in Fox 45 studio today. Benny Cohen, band's leader right now. So can you quickly introduce who's here with you?
Greg Boyer, trombone. Greg Thomas, saxophone. Guy Curtis, guitar. Rodney Skeet Curtis, the Rodney Skeet Curtis on bass, and Benzel.
Benzel, yeah, it's like your relative. Your son right there. So it's great. And
he wasn't born when I started with P-Funk.
He's all smiles back here right now. So you also, I know P-Funk is the name, but what you're wearing on your shirt really localizes it and brings it to Baltimore. What are you trying to do for the city of Baltimore?
Well, that's those of us that have come from Baltimore. There's 7 of us, only 6 of us could make it this morning. But, we're trying to do community outreach for the inner city, because we're inner city guys. We all come from the inner city, and Baltimore had some programs that helped us to generate our talent and make a living off of it, and now we're trying to give that back.
Traveling the world.
Yeah, traveling the world. So
with
we're trying
that
to
right
give
there, with what you are holding in your hands. It's amazing.
$5 for public schools got me started on that. So
isn't that incredible? So you're going to be doing stuff here in Baltimore. We'll be seeing more of you back here in your hometown.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, though, tonight you're playing at the Hippodrome.
At the Lyric.
At the Lyric. Playing tonight at the Lyric. And you already played last night, so thank you so much for coming in.
We did DC last night. We're doing one-nighters. I'm doing one-nighters like a 20-year-old.
Yes.
I mean, how you guys do it? Oh, it's rough, but we doing it, and it's coming off.
And you set it up in here, so I want you to take it away right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, P-Funk right here in Baltimore Studios, Fox 45. Come on, P-Funk here in studio. Thank you so much. Last question for you. Who's the craziest one? Who comes up with things where you're like, okay, we'll go with that? Like, who changes? Come on, who throws something in there? Anybody? Yeah, the one shaking his head going out. These two right here, they're the characters.
Fire squad.
Everyone's pointing at everybody else. The Lyric tonight, right here, P-Funk. You can see them and make sure there's still some tickets. They'll be coming back into Baltimore here, and they will also be setting up some things for kids where you can just get something like this, trombone, and it will take you around the world. Following up here, Baltimore Funk Foundation, thank you so much for coming in, P-Funk. We appreciate it. Hanging out with George Clinton tonight, at the Lyric. Thanks again. Coming up right after the break, we're going to hear from our Funkadelic. Where is he? Our weatherman. I thought he'd be in here dancing. Where'd he go? You guys were calling him out all morning, right? We'll hear from Justin Chambers in just a little bit. That was awesome. 8:55 and topping your morning business report this Tuesday morning, Wendy's new breakfast options might resemble a rival's popular menu item. Fast food chain bringing English muffin sandwiches to its menu starting August 22nd. Remind you of anything? Wendy's says the sandwich comes with a buttery spread that includes a hint of brown butter and black pepper, and customers can choose between bacon or sausage. Fast food chain celebrating the new sandwiches with $2 off any breakfast combo ordered on their app from the 22nd of August through September 3rd.
And something that would taste great with those sandwiches are Starbucks' new summer seasonal drinks. Hear that, Justin? Summer seasonal drinks. The company's summer remix menu has 3 new items. Each one is a twist on existing fan favorite drinks. The new additions include a blended iced black tea lemonade and a chocolate cream cold brew with caramel syrup. But like summer, these drinks won't be here for long. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the 2 alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery, black to black. I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the 2 included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 31% off right now at asadeals.com.
Well, we are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. just about, and here are today's top stories.
She didn't just charge him, she threw the book at him.
Former President Trump is facing yet another indictment. Just ahead, we break down his latest legal troubles and what it means moving forward.
Look at the skid marks still in the roadway after street racers wreak havoc on this North Baltimore intersection. Just ahead, why police didn't intervene.
Plus, hundreds of people joining in a class action lawsuit against BGE. Still ahead, what we can expect at the public meeting happening today.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We are on a P-Funk high right now. You can feel the music in the blood right now.
And it's so funny. There were so many people over in like the waiting area over there that had come from throughout the building that were recording on their phones, just wanted to be in the place in the moment.
Usually it's for food.
Day.
That's when people
I know. This is bigger than that.
Yeah. Much bigger. Yeah, that was an honor to have them here. It was great to get some of that funk for our Tuesday morning, our hump day eve. As we look outside right now, we got some blue skies, we got some clouds and steamy conditions already into the lower 80s. Look at that, 82 in Baltimore City, 76 in Bel Air, 81 in Westminster, 74 in Cumberland, and we're in the upper 70s for you in Chestertown, the Eastern Shore. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, low to mid 80s is what you are going to feel, and that's what you're going to encounter. It's going to top out about 91 for our high today, and we do have more showers and thunderstorms that we're tracking as we head toward the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. The latest charges against former President Donald Trump coming in late last night out of Georgia.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, Trump and his allies don't have long to turn themselves in, according to this indictment.
No, they don't. So Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis says Trump and 18 others have until noon on August 25th to turn themselves in. That's in just 10 days. Willis saying she plans to try all 19 at once. This includes some of the former president's closest allies, like former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Willis says she plans to submit a proposed timeline for the case within a week and expects to ask for trial to begin within the next 6 months, though that will ultimately be up to a judge to decide after defense attorneys also weigh in. This case has a lot of differences from other Trump cases. It's importantly a state case, which means no president can pardon Trump, and the state's Board of Pardons and Parole are the ones that would eventually be in control of this if Trump is convicted, but not until after he served a minimum of 5 years.
Very interesting. Kayla, switching gears a bit now to Capitol Hill. When lawmakers return to Washington, they're going to have very little time to pass some necessary bills to avoid the government shutdown. Here we go again. We know Speaker Kevin McCarthy is proposing a solution. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy eyeing a possible short-term funding proposal to keep the government open. Funding is set to run out on October 1st, which gives the House just 12 working days to pass their 11 remaining spending bills. McCarthy says the House and Senate need more time, and so to address that, he's suggesting this short-term proposal that would fund the government through early December, avoiding or at least delaying a government shutdown. McCarthy also acknowledging passing a short-term stopgap could be a tall task right now in light of Trump's most recent indictment. Some lawmakers looking to defund what they say are politically motivated witch hunts against the former president.
Hey, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
We have a grim update on the Hawaii fire as the death toll rises.
Tom Rogers is in our live center now as officials are trying to locate more than 1,000 people, Tom.
Yeah, just an hour ago, we're getting the officials saying the Maui fire death toll now at 99, expected to rise dramatically as crews are working through the ash and all of the burnt debris. This is the deadly U.S. wildfire disaster in more than 100 years. 2,200 structures are just gone, with nearly 90% of them being residential buildings. The major question is why the boasted world's best emergency alarm system never sounded. Some officials say it's too soon to speculate, others saying that the sirens would not have helped because the flames were moving so quickly and with such intensity. $6 billion is the latest number in damages to those who have lost loved ones, though they say that may never come back and live in this place again. Others saying they will rebuild. Now the scramble continues to house thousands of people who are now displaced. So that's the biggest one. Others are arguing the president should be there and visiting back and forth there from the White House. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Turning now to a city in crisis, illegal street racing early Sunday morning put drivers in danger and it left residents just frustrated, woken up by the noise. That dangerous driving happened at the intersection of Mount Royal and North Avenues, a heavy traffic area. It's right near I-83.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now with a look at how police responded and what happens now. Shannon.
Well, neighbors say, Megan and Patrice, that this was like watching a scene out of a Fast and Furious movie as those reckless drivers spun out. And the evidence of all of that is just behind us here. You can still see those skid marks here in the intersection, even though it happened on Sunday, early in the morning, around 2 a.m. And residents say it went on for at least an hour. Now some are questioning why police didn't stop the commotion sooner.
There was just a lot of tire screeching.
It sounded like there was just like a continuous revving.
It was just a lot more excessive on Saturday night.
They called and they did not do anything. They just sat right by the intersection with their lights on.
Police, however, they paint a different picture of what happened. They say officers arrived less than 10 minutes after getting the call, but the scene was clear. But remember, this activity is very much illegal. Late last year, Mayor Brandon Scott signed a new law carrying a $1,000 fine or 1 year in jail for incidents just like these. However, proof of whether or not police are truly enforcing this law has yet to be seen. So now giving you another live look at these skid marks here in the roadway at this intersection of North Avenue and Mount Royal Avenue. And our teams, we have asked police for the number of fines and arrests that police have made since this law took effect for incidents just like this. We're still waiting on that number. Reporting live in North Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Shannon, thank you. And it is not just street racing. The Baltimore Police Department is also cracking down on illegal dirt bike riders. Police have seized more than 100 dirt bikes so far this year and made 17 arrests just for dirt bike riding. And earlier this summer, officers recovered 33 illegal dirt bikes from a Mondawmin business.
Also happening today, the Maryland Public Service Commission is holding a public hearing on BGE gas regulator installation in Baltimore.
Baltimore homeowners have spent months fighting BGE's installation of those external regulators.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live in studio with what is in store for today's hearing. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. The hearing is starting at 10 this morning, and it comes after hundreds of people have joined a class action lawsuit against BGE for installing those new external regulators. And the lawsuit alleges the regulators are unsafe, unnecessary, and will lead to higher costs for customers. But BGE says the new regulators are both necessary and safe. Now, earlier this month, homeowners received a sign of support from City Hall when Councilman Eric Costello announced plans to propose legislation that would ban external regulators citywide. A BGE representative pushed back, saying that relocating the regulators from inside to outside homes is safer for its customers, but some residents disagree.
People hit regulators with bikes, with scooters, with baseball bats. We're just one TikTok video away from a catastrophic trend in Baltimore.
This has never been about safety. This has always been about profits and bullying, and simply put, BG&E thought that they had free reign over Baltimore City.
And again, that hearing starts at 10 this morning. And of course, you can find the latest developments on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, we have an update for you this morning. We are learning that 50-year-old Robert Horn was the man killed in a car crash along the 395 bridge Sunday night in Baltimore. Police say Horn pulled over to help another driver who had been hurt in a crash when a second crash caused Horn to go over the Jersey wall and fall 100 feet into the water below. Dive teams found him unconscious and unresponsive. He was later pronounced dead.
All right, 9:08. It's time to get another check of our forecast here on this Tuesday morning.
Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what's coming our way. Pretty out there now.
Yeah, well, a little steamy too out there. So definitely the hair, just forget about it today because frizz factor is kind of up there with the heat and humidity that we'll be dealing with over the next couple of hours, and especially as we head toward the afternoon. Obviously a little bit busy on 695, but you can see that sun that is shining out there. And a few of those clouds hanging around as well. Hopefully you already got some of the yard work and gardening done. Mid to upper 80s over the next couple of hours, and those temps climbing into the lower 90s as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And the average this time of year is 87, so we're going to be above that. Should top out about 91. We are tracking the potential for more storms through the afternoon. Overnight lows drop into the 70s and then upper 80s for you tomorrow. Definitely going to feel the drier air tomorrow and slightly cooler conditions. Plus, looking ahead at the weekend, it's looking very nice as well. We'll take a closer look at all of that in my full forecast in just a few minutes.
Community members are voicing their safety concerns to Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. Coming up in our next half hour, what they are demanding.
But first, going back to school is an exciting time, but it can be difficult for some. After the break, an expert shares how to make the transition easier for students with learning disabilities. But before we head to break, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. A live look at some of the cameras across the region. We've got some slowdowns on the Beltway. Keep that in mind as you're heading out this morning. It's 9:09 on Good Day Baltimore.
9:13. Going back to school can be challenging for everyone. It can be especially hard for those with learning disabilities. Kennedy Krieger, Fairmont School Principal Shelley Ritchie is joining us today to share why it is so important to be a friend to neurodiverse classmates. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So when we talk about neurodiverse, what exactly do we mean? What does that encompass?
Neurodiversity is a really large umbrella, and it's really seeing the world differently. Sometimes people think it's a bad thing. It's really not. It's unique, and it should be celebrated because there's a lot of strengths that pair with neurodiversity.
And what are some of the things that fall under that header? Are we talking about autism? Are we talking about ADHD? A little bit of everything?
A little bit of everything. It can really manifest through behavior as well as academics. Autism is certainly a big component of the neurodiverse student.
And so how do other students perceive their classmates that may have some of these neurodiversities? Are they just learn to roll with whatever?
I hope so. Now that we're in 2023, it's definitely something that we're able to educate all people on. They may see a student who's just a little bit more wiggly, someone who may talk a little bit more or may talk a little less, someone who has a lot of questions, someone who may really thrive on routine and may not do as well when the routine is disrupted.
And I think kids are good at seeing what their friends are like and then just adjusting to it no matter what. I mean, my daughter comes home and she knows that certain people in her class are going to act this way, and it doesn't faze them at all. They just learn to adjust because that's their friend.
Absolutely, and I think you hit the nail on the head with being a friend to the neurodiverse student. That's all they really want. It's easy to connect with a student with neurodiversity. Really just seeing them for their whole self and not just their needs, but all the strengths that they bring to the table. I know that our students in our school teach me about hard work and grit every day.
So what do parents need to know? How do parents prepare their child for going back into the classroom environment and learning to be a friend to everyone in the environment?
I think teaching inclusivity and teaching them to really see the student and giving them some starters for connecting with them at recess, at lunchtime, just asking them to play. They like the same things that everyone does.
That's a very good point. Always being the one to, if you see someone by themselves, to go over to them and start that conversation. I love that. And for those students who may have, one of these neurodiversities, what do their parents, how do they prepare them to go back to school?
They are preparing them every day with every single step. Yeah. We create a lot of social stories. We prepare them for new teachers, new friends. We get into the back to school routine before school starts.
Makes sense.
We practice a lot of coping skills, whatever makes that student comfortable. We're going to practice those coping skills and those social skills.
All right, it's a good time. Everybody's heading back to school. Kids are excited and nervous, all around. So, but a great time to just remember to be friends to everybody that you come across in class. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. All right, and remember that Fox 45 News is your back to school headquarters. So now through the first day of school, we will be compiling all of the things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. So just click on the QR code there on your screen and check out all the stories we've posted so far, or you can go right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/backtoschoolhq.
9:16. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast. You've been doing the countdown to school. It doesn't feel time yet.
Yeah, I know, right around the corner. And we're talking about the heat and humidity that we've got to get through. It's still the middle of August, and it's going to feel that way today. Now, we do have that potential for some more strong storms as we head toward the afternoon. Our Towson camera right now showing a lot of sunshine. The sun, all it's doing is heating up the ground. That just gives us more fuel for some of those storms to fire later today. We're already at 82 in Towson. Notice a dew point at 75 degrees, and dew points today are going to stay in the 70s, kind of that gross to nasty category. So we'll watch for that here for the afternoon. Some drier air is working in tomorrow. Now, what's going on is this cold front's going to be moving out toward the south and to the east. It's taking its time to kind of get through the area. We just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center, and now most of our area is under a slight risk for severe weather. So we've been upgraded here to a slight risk, which is now a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Still a marginal risk for Westminster and Gaithersburg, Carroll County, and down to the west as well. But most of us here now under that slight risk for severe weather. So we'll keep monitoring for slipping into a weather alert mode. As you can see here on our hourly future scan, next couple of hours is going to be dry. Even through about 2 p.m., we're not expecting any storms. But those storms that do fire in that 3 o'clock hour, Columbia, Laurel, down through Anne Arundel County, right into Baltimore City and County about 4 p.m., and then up and down the 95 corridor, that 5 and 6 o'clock hours. Some of these could be dumping a good amount of rain and could bring some damaging wind gusts as well as it tracks right along that 95 corridor. And then it's all done by about 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. It will be moving out of here, and we'll have a drier day ahead tomorrow. So if you do want to hang by the pool today, next couple of hours are fine, and it's going to be hot. So again, mid to upper 80s and lower 90s. The very high in that UV index category. So got to get that sunblock on. Remember, when those storm clouds start rolling through and you start to hear rumbles of thunder, you got to get out of the pool. Don't be anywhere near the pool if those storms roll in. Upper 80s and lower 90s for most of us across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 80s and a few lower 90s for you. So overall above average numbers across the bay into the eastern shore for Chestertown and Rock Hall, out through Centerville, 89 in Chester later this afternoon for your high temperature. Now, if you do want to get the grass cut, we've got wet lawns probably left over from some of that rain yesterday, and then tracking more of those storms. So maybe hold off one day, but you can get the grass cut on Wednesday and Thursday as we've got green lights for you heading into the rest of the week. And dry conditions as well. Once we get through today's unsettled weather, tomorrow looks great. Upper 80s, right about 90 on Thursday. We'll keep those upper 80s going as we head into the weekend, and overall staying mainly dry into early next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network, a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, where we've got some pretty heavy volume out there. You're moving, but definitely a little slower than what we saw yesterday about this time. We do have an update this morning, though. This is some good news for all of you in Carroll County. Route 140 in Westminster is finally back open after this. This was the video from last week's destructive storm. Last Monday, those strong winds and heavy rain knocking down more than 20 high-voltage utility poles right there along Route 140 in Westminster. The stretch of road between Gorsuch Road and Market Street had been shut down until yesterday. You were being diverted around Target, long lines there. The storm last week was so severe, there were thousands of people across Maryland without power. Slowly but surely, the lights are coming back on.
Is the famed story about former adopted Baltimore Raven Michael Oher a lie? The revelations in court. That's coming up.
Of Susical Jr. going down this weekend. That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9:23 now. The Cat in the Hat is coming to Maryland along with all of his musical friends.
We have Mark Clark live in Hampstead with how you can take a visit to the jungle of Noel. And Mark, we are hearing there are some fabulous, fabulous actresses and actors in this play.
I know, including your niece, I understand. So we have the top egg, the head honcho, the booger with the sugar. Laura is going to tell us about this amazing production. It's going down this weekend.
It is, yes, August 19th and 20th at 1 p.m. at the Coppermine Pantherplex. You can get tickets at playersonair.org. You can visit us on Facebook and Instagram. We're all over social media. We hope you guys can come out.
I love it. It's so exciting. Can we see a little preview? This is the full cast here, right?
Absolutely. This is everybody, all 58 plus children, I believe, that we have here today, and they are so ready to entertain.
What are we going to see right now?
We are going to see Oh, the Things You Can Think by the whole entire Junior Players cast of Seussical.
Take it away.
Yeah.
And Dr. Seuss is just magical anyway, so the fact that they can pull that off is awesome.
What a great opportunity. We're going to put information on how you can get out to the shows this weekend. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. That was awesome.
Ravens running back J.K. Dobbins back on the field today. Still ahead, what Coach John Harbaugh has to say about his return from injury.
And we are tracking possible storms here this afternoon. Our Weather Authority team tracking the impacts on your plans today. It's 9:26 and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Baltimore residents are giving their feedback on public safety and the city's acting police commissioner. Just ahead, the changes you want to see.
Plus, former President Trump facing yet another indictment. Just ahead from the Live Center, we have some reaction from both sides of the aisle.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday, coming close to 9:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we've got a nice August day out there. Feeling like August.
Oh, it does feel like August. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the hot muggies.
Yeah, and also more storms. We have another day we're going to be tracking these storms, especially after about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon. So I want everybody to be weather aware today and know that those storms could be strong to severe at times, especially between about 3 and 5 p.m. So we'll keep our eye on that for you. And right now, yeah, a lot of sunshine and the steam that is out there. Boaters and watermen, if you're going to be out on the water between now and noon, 1 o'clock, no issues. West wind about 5 to 10 knots, but you'll probably get those special marine warnings later this afternoon because those storms are going to be rolling in and impacting a lot of us. Next 3 days, we'll top out at 91 today, upper 80s tomorrow, right about 90 on Thursday. So drier and just a little bit cooler on Wednesday. You'll definitely feel that drier air, and we'll be done with the storms and the rain as we head toward the end of the week as well. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast coming up.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads at this hour in the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network as we take a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. Volume definitely picking up there on the outer loop, but no incidents to slow you down, just the volume.
Former President Donald Trump and 18 of his allies have less than 2 weeks to turn themselves in after a late-night indictment out of Georgia.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with reaction pouring in from both sides of the aisle. And what happens now, Tom?
Yeah, that's right. If convicted, though, these new charges of election interference have a mandatory minimum prison sentence 5 to 20 years. Some say these new charges could be the most problematic for Trump yet. Taking you live to the White House, where we can show you a little bit here where Trump is elected possibly next year. These charges are shielded from presidential pardon power or from a friendly Justice Department withdrawing prosecution. The former president's rivals for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination now weighing in. One of the first to release a statement, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, vocal Trump critic, now calling this, quote, another day of challenge for our democracy. Over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump's actions disqualified him from ever serving as president again. Those words are more true today than ever before. Vivek Ramaswamy, a staunch Trump ally and a presidential candidate campaigning currently against Trump, also reacting. He says, here we go again, another disastrous Trump indictment. Now, on the other side of the aisle, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton calling it a terrible moment for our country, adding the only satisfaction may be that the system is working, justice is being pursued. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, writing this portrays a repeated pattern of criminal activity by the former president. Trump campaign, meantime, calling all this politically motivated. Now, this marks the fourth criminal indictment Trump is now facing, in addition to more than half a dozen civil lawsuits. That's the latest from our live center.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis. Amid a violent summer, Baltimore residents are voicing concerns about safety. Mayor Brendan Scott and Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley held their third public comment meeting, and it was their first one in person.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the message from the public and also the message from your city leaders. Shannon.
Well, crime is terrible. That's what some people are saying, Megan and Patrice, about the state of this city. And this all comes as leaders are seeking your feedback about the man who will likely become the next leader of the Baltimore Police Department. We're talking about Richard Worley, who right now is serving as the acting police commissioner, waiting to be confirmed. But before he is confirmed, there are public hearings that are scheduled. And in last night's first in-person public hearing, crowds came out and they had concerns about policing and violence.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We are a totally different department. We basically do not want to have any bad cops.
At the church, man, they can't worship down there. There's so much stuff going on. You know, I chase people off the steps myself, but you know, that's not my job. So, yeah, so we need to see some police.
I think Michelle's back there. She can link you right with your major, who can get that address and help you out and contact you and work to make sure that your people are coming to church safely and going home.
Well, that dialogue was all unfolding at the Lord's Church last night. The mayor calling the meetings an opportunity to discuss how best to build a safer Baltimore and to hear from residents about what they want to see from the city's commissioner. And for the mayor, it seems, Megan, this was all about building public trust, and that's really what these meetings are for him.
Shannon, was there any mention of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting?
There was, Megan. In fact, Worley did talk about that, and he really said the same thing that we've heard before that he mentioned in another city council hearing, where he says police made mistakes, but they are working to make sure that those mistakes do not happen again. Now, the next town hall is set for exactly 1 week from today, so that will be Tuesday evening at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center in West Baltimore. Reporting live in North Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
It's gut-wrenching. It's devastating. It's upsetting. It hurts. And this killing has got to stop.
In a city in crisis, a grieving Baltimore family is demanding answers from city leaders, saying the homicide case of a young pregnant mother has not been taken seriously from the start.
Olivia Dance joining us live in studio with the emotional message from the victim's family, as well as the next steps in this case. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, according to Baltimore police, 22-year-old Malik McCormick was arrested after a traffic stop in Virginia last month. The suspect was then extradited back here to Baltimore, where he will appear in court today for a preliminary hearing. Meanwhile, the family and friends of 19-year-old Jamira Burrell are demanding justice, saying they will show up to court every day. Burrell was shot and killed back in December, and she was expecting a baby girl. Her loved ones were planning her baby shower when they were forced to make funeral plans instead. Burrell was just weeks away from starting a job at Johns Hopkins when she was gunned down along Woodmont Avenue in Baltimore.
And we don't want it to be just a number. We want justice. Justice for Jay.
Court records reveal that McCormick was the father of Burrell's unborn child. Burrell's life was taken too soon, and now her loved ones are demanding justice. As they're fully aware, she was the 311th homicide victim in Baltimore last year.
When you've got a homicide prosecutor in Baltimore, they've got a dozen, 2 dozen cases on their docket. It's easy for one to blend into another. This is the only tragedy for this family. This is the only murder case for this family.
Now, Burrell's family tells Fox 45 News that today would have been her 20th birthday. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Cincinnati Bengal running back Joe Mixon is being hit hard with charges off the field. After the break, we're going to break down the incident and the consequences he faces if he is found guilty.
A mild start to the morning, but we could see isolated showers and storms later this evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the conditions coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:40, developing now. Former Ravens player Michael Oher, who was the subject of the 2009 film The Blind Side, says he was lied to and had millions kept from him by what he thought were his adopted parents.
He has filed a petition in a Tennessee court to end Sean and Leanne Tuohy's conservatorship over him. The former NFL player claims the Tuohys told him that they were going to adopt him, but instead filed a conservatorship which kept millions of dollars from him.
The petition is asking the Tuohys to provide a sworn accounting of the money belonging to Oher that should have been paid to him. Also, Cincinnati Bengals running back Joe Mixon is expected to take the stand today after an alleged road rage incident. Mixon already waived his right to a jury trial. The alleged victim says he cut her off when they were stopped at a light. She says she made an obscene gesture and he allegedly pointing a gun at her and threatened to shoot her. If found guilty of the first-degree misdemeanor, he could get up to 6 months in jail, fined up to $1,000, and get up to 5 years of probation in Ohio. Only 3 teams remain standing and are trying to grab hold of the FIFA World Cup trophy. Still ahead, the team that is making its first ever finals appearance.
But first, the one that has been declared a winner, 2 Baltimoreans taking home the top prize on Crime Scene Kitchen. After the break, the winners are joining us live in studio, frying up some praline stuffed beignets. Oh my goodness. 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
We are so excited here. We followed them throughout the season, and in the end, we can say it now, our Baltimore ladies took the cake.
Yeah. Joining us today, our Crime Scene Kitchen Season 2 winners, Yasmin Haskins and Amber Kroom. And after baking up a storm in the competition, they're here with us, just killing it yet again. Congratulations, first and foremost.
Thank you so much. It was so amazing to watch the moment that you all found out. I mean, the emotion was real for you guys. Talk about that moment.
We were prepared to do another challenge. Yeah. You know, everyone had, the detective skills were so wrong. So we just assumed, okay, there's going to be a rapid fire challenge and we're going to win that and bring it home. But to see that there wasn't, and our names come up, it was surreal. It was, we actually had to like, say that is our name.
I saw that. That was that. And so, yes, I felt that when you all said, you're like, we've been told no so many times. That's our names. We just were told like the biggest yes.
And it's not just the show now. Now this is the next step in your careers, in your life. You won, and now what?
Now we have beignets. Yes. Amber and I have collaborated. And we started Bay Beignets. It's our business together. You can find us at 32nd Street Farmers Market.
And this is what you're making?
This is what we're making. This is our signature right now. We're only featuring it for the summer. This is our praline stuffed beignets.
Ooh, it's stuffed.
Yes, it's a stuff with a praline cream cheese.
Right,
yeah, pick it up.
Okay, well, if you're going for it, I'm going for it. Oh my gosh, stuffed with it.
Oh my goodness.
With a praline caramel sauce, pecans, candy pecans. You know, it's amazing.
This is why you all won.
This is why we won.
And the creativity on the show shows that you guys, you're above and beyond.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what we really wanted to do. Like a lot of times people think when they think bakers, they think they just do cakes. But I feel like this particular season, it delved into so many different desserts, French, American. And, you know, it had people researching what is a kofudi? You know, what is a tarte tatin? Like, that's what we wanted. We wanted you to, like, really learn some things from this show. And that's exactly what happened.
So it is a tarte tatin.
Good job repeating it.
That was good. That was good. It's a nice flaky pastry that normally has like caramelized fruit on top, and it's like nice. It's sweet. It's caramely, and it's amazing.
There's some hidden surprises. You all are making space for more Black women in the world of baking and pastry.
Exactly. That was one of our stories. Is the fact that you don't see a lot of us in our industry, and it's very important for us to put a face to that. To say, you know what, there is a seat at the table. Come on. And if you can't find one, we're gonna make another table for you.
You
did that.
So,
you won that table.
We're gonna all be at the beignet table. Yes. Wow. All right. Well, so we can't wait to see where you all open up your storefront, and we'll all be there.
Yes.
Thank
all
you,
right,
ladies.
We get to take another bite and then send it over to Justin. I mean, you've got to do some work, I guess, Justin, because
My goodness.
I will take it from here so you guys can enjoy all of the goodness that is there. It smells amazing in here, so that's awesome, man. We had funk, we've got beignets, Seuss. I mean, what more could you want on a Tuesday? How about some steamy conditions? I got that for you. Maybe you're thinking of steamed crabs tonight. Our downtown Baltimore camera. Blue skies out there. A few clouds kind of hanging around right now, but it has been muggy all morning. Our temps barely dropped into the mid-70s. Overall, our temps keep going up. In fact, we're in the lower 80s already. And dew point temps are going to stay in the mid-70s, so it's going to feel like the mid to upper 90s later this afternoon. We'll see the drier air that will come in on Wednesday, and that's going to be in the mid-60s there. So that drier air back to the kind of uncomfortable category, but you'll feel a little bit drier for Wednesday, and especially as we head into this upcoming weekend. So here's a look at our HD radar. You can see the cold front that came through yesterday. That brought in some of those showers and the storms as well. That's why we were weather alert. And then this front is kind of hanging around, but it's going to take its time to move out of here. So as it does, we'll have another round of pop-up showers and storms. Notice from our Storm Prediction Center, this just got upgraded to a slight risk. So that's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. That's the entire 95 corridor, all of Baltimore City, most of Baltimore County, all of our Eastern Shore counties, and Anne Arundel County as well. It's kind of the focus of where some of these storms are going to be, and you can see that here on our future scan. So taking you through 10 o'clock this morning, not much happening. Through noon, we're all good. Even into the 2 o'clock hour, still going to see the potential of those storms staying away. But right about 3 o'clock is when things start to get fired up, and then right around 4 p.m., you'll see more of those showers and storms along the 95 corridor. Could see some heavy rain at times, and even some damaging wind gusts potentially. That's moving out towards Cecil County in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour toward the Eastern Shore. And by 9 p.m., this should be pretty much all done and wrapped up. So if you do want to hang by the pool today, not a bad day to do that. Just know those storms are coming in after about 2 or 3 o'clock. And remember, when those storm clouds roll in and you hear that thunder, you got to get out of the pool and make sure to get into safety. 91 today, upper 80s tomorrow, right about 90 on Thursday, and then drying out nicely. We've got a spectacular weekend ahead for August standards. We're going to see drier conditions and temps only 87 on Saturday. That's the day I want to be outside.
I can't get over how good those beignets are.
I can't believe that we had to leave the kitchen and come back.
Oh my
and do
goodness.
some more work.
You know how you see on TV, you wonder if it's really good. That was really good.
Yeah. All right, so this is good. Good news. A familiar face back in pads at Ravens training camp.
The one and only running back J.K. Dobbins practicing for the first time as he makes his return from the PUP list. Dobbins missed the first 14 practices of training camp, but he is expected to be ready to go for week 1.
It feels good to have him back there on the field. He's excited. We're all excited. We'll probably ramp him up a little bit this week and kind of work him in there and try to be smart in how we do it. But he'll be fine. He's 100% healthy. He looks good. He's been training hard, so he's ready to go.
Well, it's unclear whether Dobbins will see any action in the second preseason game against Washington, which, by the way, is next Monday.
We'll take a look at this. Girls flag football teams in Maryland are getting fresh new uniforms courtesy of the Ravens and Under Armour. The apparel company collaborated with student athletes to bring the designs they wanted. There will be 10 teams in this year's inaugural season in Frederick County. And for players and coaches, it's all about growing the game.
We're the face of we're the face of a new movement, you know? We're going to be an inspiration for younger girls. We're going to be an inspiration for all these people around us. And it's just so incredible to be a part of this. And we're going to go down in history forever.
It's a great experience. I'm really excited to see that it's now taken to the next level. A lot of girls have started in rec like me, and it's just taken to a whole new level.
Seeing the smiles on all the girls coming out here, knowing that they have opportunities for the first time that have never been there is big.
The athletes also got a tour of the Ravens Performance Center and behind-the-scenes training camp access. Well, some good news for the O's. The ball club is starting off their 3-game series against the Padres with a victory.
Ryan Oher getting the Birds on the scoreboard, hitting a home run in the second inning, making it his 10th of the year.
The final score 4-1. They face off again in San Diego tonight. First pitch is at 9:40. And switching gears to soccer. Earlier this morning, Spain beat Sweden in the Women's World Cup semifinals and will advance to their first ever World Cup final.
Tomorrow morning, Australia will play England, with the winner advancing to play Spain in the finals. You can catch the game at 6 a.m. on Fox 45.
Well, trending this morning, legendary quarterback Peyton Manning is heading back to the classroom. He's going to teach. The University of Tennessee is taking him on as a professor of practice at the College of Communication and Information. Manning graduated from the school in 1997. His degree is in speech communication. He says he looks forward to working with the faculty and directly with students. Manning will join classes as a featured expert.
It would be so amazing to have him as your professor. Showers and isolated storms arriving later this evening. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking these conditions. He's got that exclusive 10-day forecast.